Welcome, everybody. It's December.
Yeah.
We did
Good
it.
morning.
All right. Notice of the time and place of these committee meetings was publicized by notifying the area news media, by updating the OPPD website, and by emailing such notice to each of the district's directors on December 4th, 2020. Thank you all for joining us remotely via WebEx events today. As a reminder to board members, senior management, and OPPD staff, please mute your microphones to reduce background noise. To members of the public, thank you for attending. You are in listen-only mode. If you have any technology questions, please use the chat feature in WebEx to communicate with the event host. Our agenda for today's meeting is as follows. We will conduct a closed session this morning to discuss two items. The first, a quarterly update on enterprise risk management, and the second, corporate officers' compensation adjustments. We will conclude the discussion no later than 9:45 a.m. in order to open the WebEx meeting to allow the public and OPPD staff to join. And we will begin the public session of our board meeting today promptly at 10 a.m. and receive reports from each of our four committees. Director McGuire, do we have a motion to go into closed session?
Yes, we do. I move that the board go into closed session at this time, 8:01 a.m. to discuss two topics: a quarterly update on enterprise risk management and corporate officers' compensation adjustments. With respect to the quarterly enterprise risk management update, a closed session is necessary because the discussion involves matters that are confidential and protected by attorney-client privilege and attorney work product doctrine, including an update on potential litigation matters, and involve the discussion of security for district property and utility infrastructure information. With respect to the corporate officer compensation adjustments, a closed session is necessary because discussion will involve competitive and confidential compensation and retention information, as well as performance evaluation related to the executives, and a closed session discussion is necessary to prevent needless injury to reputation. This motion requires a second to move forward.
Second.
Second from Director Mulhoff.
Bogner,
Yes.
Kavanaugh,
Yes.
Director Gay is absent this morning. Director McGuire,
Yes.
Mulhoff,
Yes.
Moody,
Yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Yoder. Motion carried.
Thank you, Mo. The motion to go into closed session has passed. This closed session will be limited to discussion regarding a quarterly update on enterprise risk management and corporate officers' compensation adjustments. No votes or other action will be taken. Okay. If there are any public attendees, you'll be bumped off now, and we'll go ahead and stop the WebEx recording. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's 10 o'clock. We'll go ahead and get started with the December all committees OPPD board meeting. The first thing we need to do is come out of closed session. So I need a motion and a second in order to reconvene an open session.
I move we come out of the closed session.
Second.
Okay, we had a motion from Director McGuire, and I heard a second from Director Kavanaugh. Mo, could you call the vote, please?
Okay, Amanda Bogner has departed the meeting. So we'll start with Director Kavanaugh,
Yes.
Director Gay,
Yes. Sorry.
Director McGuire,
Yes.
Director Mulhoff,
You're muted, Janice.
Yeah. Yes.
Director Moody,
Yes.
Director Williams,
Yes.
and Director Yoder.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Okay, the motion to come out of closed one is carried. Our closed session was limited to discussions regarding a quarterly update on enterprise risk management and corporate officers' compensation adjustments. No votes or other board action were taken during the closed session. Okay. Before the meeting, And a reminder to board members, senior management, and OPPD staff, please mute your microphones to reduce background noise. Members of the public, I believe we have one in attendance currently. Thank you for attending. You are in listen-only mode. If you have any technology questions, please use the chat feature in WebEx to communicate with our event host. Joining me today via WebEx are my fellow board members, Mike Kavanaugh, Tim Gay, Ann McGuire, Janice Mulhoff, Eric Williams, and Rick Yoder. As Mo mentioned, Director Bogner is under the weather today, so she was at closed session this morning, but she is now resting comfortably. We also have President and CEO Tim Burke, our General Counsel Steve Bruckner with the Fraser Stryker Law Firm, and several members of our senior management team and OPPD staff. As I mentioned, we currently have, I believe, still one member of the public in attendance. So that's the roster. As I mentioned, we conducted a closed session this morning to discuss our quarterly update on enterprise risk management and corporate officers comp adjustments. As noted on the agenda, we will receive public update near the end of the meeting regarding power with purpose. And we'll also be discussing the compensation adjustments there towards the end of the meeting as well. Throughout the course of the meeting, we're going to hear the following committee reports. Director Williams is going to step in for Director Bogner and cover the Finance Committee report. Director Mulhoff will handle System Management and Nuclear Oversight. Director Yoder will handle Public Information, and Director McGuire will handle Governance. Mr. Burke, could we have a safety briefing, please?
You can have a safety briefing. So there's a couple things in the deck that I'll have Ms. Hinders kind of step through. But at OPPD, we've been talking about the 3 W's. And one is wear a mask, and not only for the benefit of the individual wearing the mask, but the benefit of those that you may be around. The second W is watch your distance. So don't be within 6 feet of somebody. And if you wear a mask, you significantly reduce the impact of both parties of spreading any droplets that may occur. So we're talking about reducing risk. And the third W is wash your hands and sanitize. So make sure you do that. As I've said in the Tim Talk videos at OPPD, I sing happy birthday twice when I do that. And that just seems to work for me. So sing whatever you want, but the intent is to be able to do that for multiple seconds to make sure that your hands are clean and sanitized. So if you touch your eyes or other parts of your face, you don't have those impacts. So with that, that's the safety briefing. We do have some potential weather coming this week. On Friday, potentially some snow or some moisture. And so we would just ask people for the thaw and refreeze and potential freezing rain or snow to make sure that you drive safely, drive slower, safer, and you do the same as you're walking as well. And with that, that concludes the safety briefing for today. Thank you very much.
Okay, the 3 W's. That's the first I've heard that. That's good. I'm going to borrow it. Well done. Okay, we are going to just keep trucking along, and Director Williams has graciously agreed to lead our Finance Committee. So thank you, Eric, for stepping in. You are up, my friend.
Yep, glad to do it on behalf of Amanda, and hope she's feeling better soon. The Finance Committee met on Tuesday, December 1st, and Amanda provided me some notes, and I added some things of my own, but it was a successful meeting, and we reviewed the changes to the corporate operating plan made since November during the all committee meeting. That was probably the largest item, and we'll get to that here in a little while. Of particular note, we discussed how the timing of capital expenditures and issuance of debt will be critical in 2021. We intend to use cash on hand and will issue debt to reimburse the district when the time is right. The COP also reflects the ongoing impact of COVID on the district. We talked about the load forecast, which reflects a projection of a decrease in load of about 2.6% and the corresponding revenue loss associated with that decrease in load due to the shifting behavior from all of our customers across the 3 major sectors. While we anticipate being able to follow through with the no general rate increase in 2021, the district is feeling the pressure created by COVID and by inflation. 2 items will help reduce this pressure in 2021. The successful negotiation of the new rail contract and the added load and the associated revenue from the data centers, primarily at Facebook and Google, as they continue to ramp up over time. The Finance Committee also reviewed how the strategic initiative funding is incorporated into the 2021 corporate operating plan, how business technology improvements and the DSM or demand side management program all fit into the COP for next year as well. An item of particular interest to me, we discussed the new rate for the streetlights related to the successful ongoing LED upgrades, which have helped to save energy and have helped local public agencies in our service territory to save money. This rate schedule is number 350, the municipal service lighting. And again, I'm always glad to talk about the success of the energy conservation and the financial savings that come along with those LED upgrades. I think it's a great demonstration that we should keep in mind in other areas as well. So glad to hear that's moving so successfully. Finally, we discussed the 2021 Finance Committee work plan. We will be kicking off the year by having an extensive discussion about the definition of affordability for our customers. The committee discussed that this may lead to recommended changes in SD2 strategic directive on rates later in 2021. Under that same strategic directive, we will continue the work on the block rate project that's been discussed in the past, and we received a status update about where that work is now and where we expect that to be going in the future. And we discussed reviewing rate 469W, a rate schedule that has a very limited impact but does need some update. While we did not have time to review during the committee meeting, the committee was also provided a status update about that future work on the block rate. And I think we'll hear back at the beginning of the year. There will be a stage gate presentation. We're expecting that in February of 2021. And again, that's focused on the block rate in the residential rate category. And that's something that's ongoing, and the committee is glad to see that work continues, because that's been a point of continued interest for several months, and we're on schedule to see that accomplished by the end of 2021. I'll be glad to answer any questions for the directors who were not in attendance at the Finance Pre-Committee meeting, if you have any. Does anyone have any follow-up questions about any of the items that were discussed at the pre-meeting?
I'll just add a little color commentary on the comment about the committee will have discussions regarding affordability. Director Williams, that you mentioned, I think, yes, it certainly could impact what SD2 looks like down the road. But I think perhaps just as importantly, and this goes back to a lot of work that Director Yoder did with Javier to try and figure out how we can measure affordability, is our strategic directive currently says we'll monitor affordability metrics. And so part of what we wanted to do was to ensure that the board was content with the metrics that we're using. So in other words, we'll get an SD2 monitoring report, I think mid-year, if I remember correctly, in our work plan. So if the point that Javier made pretty clearly was if there's anything that the board wants to see incorporated into that monitoring, let us know now so that we can start working on it. Don't tell us in May for a report that we're going to give to you in June, right? So if anyone, that's a quick heads up to the rest of the board. If there's anything that you're interested in particular, the sooner you flag that, the better, and have that conversation with Javier so that we can get that incorporated. That's all I've got.
Great. So first time for me giving a chair report. I'm looking through to see any hands. I don't see any. So hearing no other comments, I'll ask CFO Fernandez to review the final COP for 2021.
Certainly. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having us. This is the last meeting of the year, and certainly a very exciting one for my team, who has been actively working on the corporate operating plan that you're about to see and that will be for your consideration for vote tomorrow. They've been working on this since April. Some would say probably since March of this year. So it's a long process, and it's fantastic to see it all come through to this point. As Director Williams mentioned, this is I am not planning on doing an extensive presentation. We did that last month, and so to keep the time and the agenda going, I'm just going to talk about the changes that happened from the last presentation last month to these to the final. So Mo, can you please move forward? This is very typical. This is expected when we present the preliminary COP to the public. We typically do this in November, and by then we typically have the first 10 months through October of actual financial information. actually the first 9 months, through September of actual information, and then we have 3 months of forecast, October, November, and December. We do our best with information we have at that time. What you have in front of you incorporates one additional month of actuals. That is the month of October. We have October actual results, and we are incorporating November and December as forecast. So that's an adjustment that happens every year, and that's just the nature of the evolution of how we present the preliminary to the final. We did that, so the final COP has October of 2020 actual numbers incorporated in there. And I'm going to talk about how that may have changed or not the COP. So with that, Mo, can you please go to the next slide? Net income really changed very little. The 2021 net income, again, we didn't change any budget amounts for 2021, but rather how we're finishing the year and how market prices and other variables may change things in 2021. It resulted in a slight increase of $200,000 of net income on a $1.4 billion budget. I consider that a very minor change. But I'm, in the spirit of transparency, that's one change on net income. As Director Williams noted, cash is going to be really important. Well, cash is always important, but it's of a special importance will be of next year as we embark on large capital projects. How my team manages liquidity will be very important. How we use our existing cash balances to finance, to fund different capital programs, and really use the different financing tools that we have between our liquidity facilities, our commercial paper program, and long-term debt issuance. A combination of all of those will be how we help fund and keep cash balances at an acceptable level while continuing to fund capital programs. So what happened here is we got a little bit more detailed information about the timing of certain expenditures, capital expenditures next year. We also got a little bit more intelligence on how we would issue either short-term debt or long-term debt at what times next year. So all of that resulted in a decline of cash balances by $9.2 million by the end of next year. Again, it doesn't mean that we're losing cash. It means that we're using our cash in a more efficient way and issuing debt only on a just-in-time basis. The day we start issuing debt is the day we start paying interest on it. So it's important for us to look at that in a holistic way. Feel very comfortable with the plan going forward, and so but this is one change that happened on the final COP with a lower cash balance ending of $9.2 million. We're still looking at ending the year with ample liquidity, with solid days cash on hand, which is important for us to maintain our rating, credit rating. But that's a change. I'm going to stop there and see if there are any questions or comments from this slide. Okay. Hearing none. Mo, can you move on to the next slide, please? Load and revenue modeling, as Director Williams mentioned, COVID, the pandemic has affected all of our lives in the nation and the world. It's an understatement, of course, but I think it's important for me to call out that we've had many discussions here with the board, and the board took action earlier this year on late payment charges and waiving and really trying to help. And our organization has taken on this customer first solution that Julie Comstock is going to talk about later on today. We've done a lot of really good work, I think, to help our customer owners. Probably one part of these that is not broadly discussed is has to do with those customers who have significantly reduced their load or have ceased operations, namely commercial customers and industrial customers. We have seen a significant decline in load from commercial and industrial accounts throughout the year, and we are expecting that to continue throughout next year. So what we've modeled here is and it's hard, almost impossible to pinpoint and say this reduction is exclusively related to COVID, but we have a good reason to believe that the pandemic and the economic conditions created by the pandemic have resulted in a load decrease of about 2.6% or 307,000 megawatt hours next year. So for planning purposes, we're planning to recover $20.7 million less in revenue in 2021 than we would have otherwise recovered if the pandemic hadn't been here. Again, it's an estimate, but it's a pretty educated estimate that is the impact on revenue, on load next year for Oppd. What that has happened, it has created reduced financial capacity. We've had to tighten our belts even further. So this is the last year of our no general rate increase commitment. 5 years of keeping rates exactly the same. 5 years where we have been fighting inflation, basically eating inflation into the organization, finding lean process improvements for us to have savings in the organization and accommodate the additional inflation for 5 years. And it's on the 5th year that on top of that, we're looking at a reduction in load that tightens the capacity even further. We made it work, but I have to be very transparent by saying that it was a challenge. COVID presented a very steep challenge for the organization to raise to the occasion and continue to meet our no general rate increase commitment with $20 million, almost $21 million less in revenue, because we know some of these commercial and industrial customers either went out of business or it's going to take them a while to come back and use that electric service that we're used to see. On the residential side, uncollectible accounts, we typically budget for uncollectible accounts. This is not a new concept. This is, I would say, normal for all utilities. We have customers that have a hard time paying their bills. Eventually, they get in their arrears. Eventually, accounts have to be written off. You have bad debt accounts. You send accounts for collections, and there is a certain amount of dollars that utilities and other business are never able to collect. We have to budget for that. The budget this year for 2021 is a little bit higher than what we've budgeted in years past. And again, it is taking into account all the information we have from 2020 and COVID information. We believe we are taking a conservative approach, and we are augmenting the amount of uncollectible accounts that we may have in 2021. We hope we don't see that amount of uncollectible accounts for everyone's benefit, but from a planning perspective, it's always important for us to have a good conservative assumption here, and we're assuming a slightly higher amount of uncollectible accounts. Maybe something to share. Director Yoder asked me a question a couple of days ago. He asked me, help me understand, I think from context, is this too much? Is this too little? How do we compare to other utilities? And I would say we are right in the middle with other utilities. In terms of benchmarking the uncollectible amount that we have experienced in years past compared to the revenues we collect, we are not doing any better or any worse than the average of other utilities. I think this is something very normal. Again, not a pleasant topic to talk about, of having uncollectible accounts and bankruptcies and bad debt collections, but I believe that we are in line with other utilities across the country in different geographic areas. I'm going to stop talking there and wait to see if there are any questions or comments.
Looks like we've got a hand from Rick. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much for providing that information when I ask and providing it as part of the presentation. I am married to a small business owner, and uncollectibles are just a part of business. But if we could dig into it just a little bit more, and link some of the other things going on in the Finance Committee. As OPPD is looking at its rates and maybe making some changes in rates, is there a cost of service analysis that is going to be done here in 2021? And then whether it is or it isn't, the uncollectible accounts, how does that impact a cost of service study?
That's a good question. I'm trying to formulate an answer. So yes, the easy answer is yes. We will be doing a cost of service analysis because we're concluding the 5-year no general rate increase period. That forces us to focus a lot on the cost of service analysis for 2022. We basically froze some of our cost of service assumptions and model back to 2016 to maintain with that commitment. So the cost of service will we do an update of cost of service every year just to make sure that we're in line, but we will definitely do a much deeper analysis for the 2022 period. How uncollectibles play in there? Of course, uncollectibles are it's a charge basically. It's less revenue that we get to continue to operate. So there is a place for uncollectibles to play in. It's not necessarily a cost of service, but it's a lower revenue that comes into the organization. It costs money for us to track all of these debt. It costs money for us to have staff to monitor. We have debt collection agencies that we work with. So all of that is part of the cost of service. Those are functions that we wouldn't need if we didn't have uncollectibles, if we didn't have arrears, if we didn't have bad debt going into uncollectibles and write-offs. So we try to bucket all of those costs in the right category. With in this case, most of these are residential customers, so we want to make sure that it's all assigned to the type of customer who is causing that cost.
Yeah, that last statement was of particular interest to me. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
And then thank you for the great explanation. And then up into the load and revenue modeling, I think I heard you say that our internal thinking about the pandemic impact of commercial and industrial customers is not that those customers are more efficient with their use of energy, but may be discontinuing their request for it. Is that right?
That is right. The information that you have in front of you, and again, that's why I put a caveat when I started talking about this. It is impossible to say exactly how much is related to pandemic versus efficiencies. Sure. But based on the information we have, we do see customers being more efficient. And so that's something that we see every year. And part of our load forecast includes energy efficiencies and load growth, demographic growth. What I'm going to call normal growth, normal efficiencies that we see year to year. Please, I'm saying normal just because that's what we see every year. Abnormal is this pandemic, right? So we were trying to break down the specific effects that our team is looking at that we believe are more related to the pandemic piece. So that what you're seeing here is my team's estimate of the impact to the budget because of the lower load we're expecting because of the economic shutdowns probably related to the pandemic. So lots of because in there, right? But it's a good inference, in my opinion, of what impact the pandemic is having on our 2021 budget.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any more questions? Okay, seeing none, we can go to the next slide, Mo, please. This is another question we received from board members. These, by the way, this does not reflect any change from the preliminary to the final COP. This was part of the preliminary COP. It's exactly the same as in the final. However, we decided, I think there's enough interest from board members and potentially from the public to break down one of the many elements we have in the COP. And this has to do with man-side management programs. I'm going to describe this at a high level, and I will phone a friend here if board members want to have any more detailed explanation. But I thought it was really interesting, and it is heartwarming for me, I think, to see since 2018. We skipped 2019 just for formatting purposes. It's fit the page a little bit better. But in 2018, our budget called for $4.5 million, $4.6 million of investment on demand-side management programs. Now, none of these amounts include salaries and of our employees necessarily. It's investments that we made specifically on CoolSmart and the HVAC Smart and all the programs that you see on your screen. In 2018, the projected savings from this investment was about 148 megawatts. Not a bad trade-off. Achieving projected savings, or I would say on the flip side, it's generation that was avoided. We didn't have to generate 148 megawatts because we were saving them. From a $4.6 million investment, it's a fantastic, in my opinion, a fantastic result. Even more, it's to see the evolution of what our products and services team has been doing, expanding on the offerings. While keeping an eye and keeping the existing programs alive and well, we have continued to expand on the offerings. So the evolution from a $4.6 million budget in 2018 to a $5.5 million, almost $1 million more in 2021, is allowing us to maintain the same 148 megawatts of savings we had in 2018, continue those, and add an additional almost 22 megawatts of savings for a total of almost 170 megawatts of savings. I would like to remind the board and the public, we talked about our potentiality study that was conducted in 2019. At the time, the study called for an economic potential savings in 2021 of 180 megawatts. So we are projecting to achieve 170 megawatts of projected savings. Not quite at the maximum of the economic savings, but very close to it. I am very proud of what the team has been doing, and I wanted to share these with you and with the public. Again, I often don't talk in that much detail about demand-side management programs, but I wanted to take a moment here to call this out and to call out the investment, the commitment the organization has, and the savings that we're achieving. Very important, very valuable savings. We oftentimes hear a lot about the generation that we're procuring, and solar and natural gas and power with purpose. That's important too. And so is the savings, the generation that we don't have to generate because of these savings. I think it's a combination of a lot of things that are helping us meet the demands of our customer owners. I'll stop there and wait to see if you have any questions or comments.
I'll go ahead and jump in. So thank you very much for giving us a deeper dive on this, and thanks to Ms. Comstock's team as well from which much of this is happening, and thanks to everybody who participated. My personal thoughts on this is that yes, we have a savings here, but also there's an economic development impact as small contractors are working on this, and there are many benefits that go besides our projected savings, and I just really thank you very much for the information. Oh, and the other thing is that this low income pilot and the expansion that we're projecting, it's very necessary for addressing the affordability. So that's very mission centric, and I'm happy to see these things happen. That's it.
Thank you, Director Yoder.
Yeah, thank you, Javier, for this explanation here. I just have a quick question. The 169 megawatts of savings, is that subtracted from our peak demand that SPP uses to calculate what our capacity requirement is? Or do we have to plan for that demand in case those measures don't work?
SPP has different rules and regulations on how they account for this. But yes, generally speaking, when we are looking at our resource adequacy, we take these into account for sure. This is something we have to, and we have been taking into account as we look at our load, our demand requirements, capacity. We have our own generation capacity. We take these into account as part of the equation. How every megawatt is counted by SPP, I don't have a specific answer to that, but generally speaking, you are correct. We take those into account. And we use them. We use them very much. I mean, you see at the top of the page, Cool Smart, for example. It's something that we actively use in the middle of the summer. When we're going to have a very hot evening, we implement those programs to reduce load and help us balance our system on those warm August evenings when we tend to hit our peak demand levels. So yeah, we're using them not only for planning purposes, but we actively use them from an operations perspective year round.
One point of clarification that we talked about in the committee meeting, the budget category is the annual expenditure and the projected savings is the accumulated total reduction from our otherwise total load. And so the columns are not, I mean, it's difficult to track the two, but I just want to make sure that that's clear for everybody here and anybody who might be listening, that the budget, that's the annual budget number in the COP, correct, Javier?
That is correct. So the budget is every year. So in 2018, we invested $4.6 million. In 2021, we're planning to invest $5.5 million. So those are not cumulative, those are annual amounts. The projected savings, they're annual, but they're also cumulative. They reflect many years of work, and so every year we're trying to achieve more savings while not losing the ones that we've already achieved. So that one does grow with time. But thank you for the clarification.
And we talked briefly about, I think it was in the summer of 2019, we talked about a shift in the way that we account for demand side management programs and shifting the metric we use for evaluation of what are successful programs. And that isn't specifically important to the Finance Committee here, but that was something that this is reflecting some of the shift in the calculation of what would be an effective way to help our customers achieve outcomes, as Rick pointed out, by reducing costs. So I think that that's something we'll hear probably more about in somewhere in systems or from Julie essentially in the future and her team, I guess. But we are seeing some of that here. And a couple of them that I wanted to highlight, the Thermostat Program as shown here with the additional vendors. That's something I've asked about a couple times in the past. I'm very glad to see that we are expanding from the original pilot program with one thermostat into providing that same type of service to additional hardware that can be incorporated into our system. Similarly, the low income pilot is listed as implementation beyond the pilot into an expansion of that program. So I think the 2021 COP reflecting that we have done some preliminary work on these programs and that we have seen success, and we are now expanding those programs to continue offering more benefits. I think that's great to see, and that's the kind of progression that I think we've talked about a number of times. I think this slide does a good job of capturing. Try something out. It might be innovative, a little bit transformative to the market. See how that goes, and then expand the implementation. So thanks for putting this together, Javier and Julie and everyone who worked on this, because I think this does inform a lot of what we talked about last month and talk about where we're going in the future.
Thank you, Director Williams. Any other comments or questions? Okay, hearing none. The last slide I have is one that Director Williams mentioned, and that's the part of the resolution that you will see tomorrow. That's for your consideration and approval tomorrow. It talks about approving the corporate operating plan for 2021. It also includes the changes in the fuel and power purchase adjustment that we discussed last month in there. And it also includes a change. It requires board action because it's a change in rates. It's a very positive, it's a very cool story, I would say, and I think Director Williams agrees. This is something that we started a couple of years ago with the transition to LED technology for our streetlight customers. We've been working really hard on replacing and transforming our LED streetlights across the service territory. I believe this year we hit 50% or thereabouts. So we've made a lot of really good progress. We still have more to go. However, this rate change has to do with decorative lighting. So in addition to the standard lighting that we have and it's prevalent across the service territory, we have selected areas that have decorative lighting, and that is requested by our customers, our municipal customers. And so the change that is requested from the board is for us to be able to accommodate the specific decorative lighting that our municipal customers have asked us to do for them. So it includes method 51, 53, and 58, allowing those customers to have a rate that is LED based for each one of these models. So you can see the details on the table in front of you, but it's really all of them showing a difference to the positive for the customer. It's a reduction in cost for customers as they transition their decorative street lighting into LED decorative street lighting. So this will be for your consideration tomorrow. It'll be part of the same resolution, and I wanted to call that out because we didn't have these in the last month's presentation. I'll stop there and see if there are any questions.
So I don't see any comments specific to the LED portion, but there was a comment from Rick that I wanted to make sure we addressed. It's back to some of the systems committee stuff. On the demand side management program, Rick asked if the demand reduction will also be reflected in the IRP. And since we're coming into that, and that correlates strongly with some of the other large planning activities, like the COP, someone responded to Rick's question about whether the DSM is incorporated into our IRP.
Yes, it is. And again, I think it's the same response that I get to Director Molhoff. Most of them are incorporated. Once you start breaking down those savings, depending on the savings and the programs, they are incorporated in different ways, but the bulk of those savings are incorporated in the IRP.
Great. Well, I don't see
that concludes my presentation. Sorry, Director Williams.
That's where I was going as well. Again, I appreciate the several different ways in which we highlighted a reduction in energy use and a financial savings is beneficial both to our customers, individually, municipal customers, but and then also to the utility more broadly. So I think that that's a good point that we should keep in mind as we look through this COP, highlighting several ways where efficiency and conservation are leading to positive financial outcomes. And it sounds like you had a recommendation here for the board action, Javier.
Correct. The recommendation is for the board to approve the resolution as presented in front of you that has the COP and has the LED streetlight rate change and the fuel and purchase power change.
Great. So does anyone have any final comments about anything listed here, broken down in the whereas clauses for the resolution and the approval? Okay, seeing none, I think later we will talk about setting the agenda for the board meeting tomorrow, or did we want to discuss now the position on the board agenda for this item? Craig,
yeah, we'll talk at the end. Put a pin in it for now.
Thank you.
Okay, so the next item, it's an annual exercise, very important one. So I'll be brief. The IRS has very specific regulations that rule around an entity's ability to issue tax-exempt bonds, tax-exempt financing to fund capital. And this goes all the way back to the 1986 Tax Reform Act. But part of it is to prevent overuse of the tax-exempt facility that entities like us have. And what this does, it says, it allows basically a utility like Oppd to start spending, start investing in capital projects before we issue tax-exempt debt to pay for those capital projects. Some entities like OPPD, we typically start investing in capital. We use our existing cash, but we also, part of the resolution that you have in front of you, we state our intent to reimburse the district with tax-exempt financing. And this is really to avoid misuse of tax-exempt financing, where an entity could go out and start spending and then eventually say, oh, remember that project we did 5 years ago? We're going to issue tax-exempt debt. That's really what the IRS is trying to limit. So this is a good exercise for the board to acknowledge that the capital program that we're going to start in 2021, all or a portion of that capital program is eligible for us to issue tax-exempt debt and reimburse the district. The 2021 COP has already plans for issuing a certain amount of debt to reimburse the capital plan. However, market conditions could change, and we could find ourselves in a position where we may want to do more of tax-exempt financing. And this resolution, it's a necessary step for us to do that. It doesn't authorize us to issue debt. The debt authorization happens later on. We will come to the board, and the board will have an opportunity to authorize us issuing debt. But without this resolution, we wouldn't even be able to do that. So this is a formal process, necessary process for the board to acknowledge our intent to reimburse the district with tax-exempt debt. We do this every year. We've been doing it since 1979, and I would ask the board to consider this resolution tomorrow.
Great. Real quick check. Anyone have questions or clarifications about this resolution? Okay, seeing none. Javier, appreciate that. And I believe that concludes the Finance Committee report for today. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
All right, thanks to you both. Thanks, Director Williams, for stepping in. Well done for your maiden voyage. Okay, we're on to System Management and Nuclear Oversight. Director Mohoff, you're up.
All right, thank you. The System Management and Nuclear Oversight Committee met in a different configuration on this month. We, Craig and Eric and Rick and I met to talk about SD9. And what we talked about were some themes relating to SD9. Number one is the value of SD9, engagement associated with resource planning, decarbonization strategic initiative influence on resource planning, decarbonization strategic initiative, or customer preferences and considerations, the role of conservation and energy efficiency, and considerations that different customers have different risk tolerances, and also growing load impacts and OPPD's role. So this was a very good conversation. The next step is for this team to get a preview of the decarbonization progress and how this might influence or change the board of director thoughts about the SD in early January. So we are focused on bringing a recommendation on defining what the problem is with SD9 to the February all committee meeting. So that was all we discussed. Any of the members that were there want to add additional comments?
No, I think you hit it well, Janice. I would just thank everybody for their patience through that conversation. We're still working through it all, right? And I think everybody did a good job of just sharing their ideas while allowing a little bit of space for it to be pretty fluid. So thanks to the board members and thanks to Mary and everyone else that was there. That was a really good start to the conversation.
Yeah, I would echo that this has been an issue that's it was identified originally in the board retreat back in 2019, highlighted again in 2020. and we've kind of struggled to figure out what specifically should be included in a resource planning strategic directive. I think it's a strong priority because of the influence that the resource planning process has over all of the other activities that we carry out at the organization. So I really appreciate the work that staff put into helping us prepare for that kind of preliminary expectation setting discussion, and then the recommendation that we do some of that process check discussion about decarbonization to understand how will SD9 be incorporated into the IRP process that's coming up, and how does that play with the pathways of decarbonization work that's ongoing. So again, appreciate staff making that suggestion that we check back in at the beginning of the year and use that to help leverage where are we going with refining and improving what SD9 tells us are the values and mission of the utility related to resource planning. So thanks very much for that to everybody who was involved, and looking forward to the ongoing discussion in January and forward from there.
I'll just echo what everyone else has said. It's a good process. Thank you, Janice, for setting it up, and thanks to senior management for being supportive, and thanks to everyone for moving it forward.
Okay, I think that's it for that. We have one other agenda item and then the Nuclear Oversight Committee meeting. And I think, Scott Edom, are you going to present this? Mary wasn't able to be here today, so we have something about railroad easement acquisitions and then Nuclear Oversight Committee.
This is Julie Comstock. I have the railroad easement acquisition I can talk to before you jump into the nuclear. So this is a board action item that authorizes us to use eminent domain as necessary to acquire temporary easements or permanent easements for utility crossings over or under railroad property. And so just to provide a little bit of background, typically we have done this on an annual basis, and at last year's approval process there was a discussion of, is this really needed on an annual basis or can we do it for a term? And I think historically it was done on an annual basis because we didn't have master agreements in place with the major railroads, and now we do have those master agreements in place that kind of outline how this process will work in terms of getting easements and working through a process that doesn't require the eminent domain. And so the team, Mark Pohl, our supervisor of the right-of-way activities, worked with legal, Mr. Bruckner and his team to research what was possible, and looked at the amount of eminent domain actions that we've had to take in the past, and we felt that a 5-year period would probably be an appropriate period. And so that's what we have in this action item today, is to approve the use of eminent domain. And again, that's in the case that we can't come to an agreement. We do have master agreements in place. It would be pretty rare for us to come out of that and not be able to come to an agreement. But there are some other smaller railroads that we do potentially cross that may come to an eminent domain situation. And I would also like to add that the larger projects like Power with Purpose or other transmission line type projects typically are handled through the normal stakeholder engagement process and approach, and outside of this authorization. So I'm going to pause there and ask if you have any questions.
I don't see any hand raised, but I just want to clarify and reiterate that this is just for railroad easements. This has nothing to do with other types of easement activity related to eminent domain. So this is pretty specific and narrow in scope. So
that is correct. This is specific to the railroad easements, and it can come up on, projects throughout the year, whether it's maintenance activity or planned work activities. And we sometimes need to move quickly through that process. And if we're not getting agreement, then we may have to use this path in order to make sure reliable power available for our customers. And we would time we did move into an eminent domain type of action, we would report that out to the board. It's not required. Our practice historically when we do have these.
Thank you, Julie. I don't see any
Thank
hands
you.
and any other questions, but Scott is on deck here for the Nuclear Oversight Committee report.
Yes, good morning. As Director Molhoff stated, I'll be filling in for Mary Fisher to give you the update for the major decommissioning activities that occurred in November. So the COVID-19 protocols are still in place across the station to minimize the impact of the pandemic to personnel and ensure that our regulatory requirements are met. So these include mask use, social distancing, self-monitoring for illness, etc. There have been some delays in the decommissioning projects, including the site civil work due to the pandemic and the availability of the personnel associated with that. With that being said, the critical path for the deconstruction project remains the segmentation of the reactor internal components. Many of those activities that are associated with that critical path status for that activity are performed off-site, including the design and fabrication of some of the special tools that will be needed for the task. So that critical path activity and the supply chain for the contractors associated with that is reviewed, and to date we have not seen any significant impact. So again, the critical path activity remains on track. We did meet a significant milestone with respect to the construction project, and air gapping of the containment building was completed in November. So that term of air gapping just means that the electrical and other energy sources have been completely eliminated from the containment building, and that allows the work scope within the containment to proceed safely. And again, major milestone with respect to that activity for the deconstruction project. That's what I have for the month of November update, pending any questions. And I don't see any.
Scott, I'll just, I might add, I did a tour yesterday of Fort Calhoun with Tim Euling, kind of looked at the new security building, went actually through the plant and saw some of the work being done, including some of the rail work that's being done on the pathway. And again, the beautiful weather we've had in December has been very good. And kind of unanticipated, but progress continues on some of that related work. So it all seems to be moving in the right direction in the right way. So,
thank you.
Over.
Scott, one question. Have we had any safety concerns the past month or two as far as reporting, as far as oversight?
Director McGuire, I don't have any major issues to report regarding safety in the recent history. So we did have the stand down and discussions that was reported out, but I don't have anything major to report now on that.
Thank you. That would be good news. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Scott. I don't see any other hands raised, but I appreciate the report, and good work to all the folks at Fort Calhoun for continuing to excel under all these adverse conditions. It's been a struggle, I know, and I want to offer my thanks to the team up there at Fort Calhoun. And things continue to progress, and we're seeing milestones met, and that's what we want to see, and safety adhered to. So thank you again. And I believe that ends the System Management and Nuclear Oversight Committee report.
Very good. Director Molhoff, thank you for leading that. Echo your comments about the great work that's happening up at Fort Calhoun. Really exceptional stuff, time and time again. Okay, that was great. We're going to keep trucking right along and go to Public Information Committee. So Director Yoder, you're up.
Well, thank you very much, Chair Moody. I appreciate it. We met on December 1st. Director Gay was absent at the last minute. I know he's doing important work, but we miss your voice. Those of us who were there were briefed with legislative and regulatory update. We will see, I think, much of the same here today, and a little bit for the other board members to see what was discussed in terms of what's on the radar and what we're expecting out of the unicameral. SD13, we're going to get a great presentation today from Lisa and her team. And customer trends, well, it was December 1st. So there wasn't a great deal of data that was available to us. I think we'll be getting that today. And with that, I think I'd like to just hand it over to VP Olson.
Great. Thank you, Chair Yoder. Greatly appreciate that. And yes, we did get together on December 1st. It was a short week, and the team has done a good job of doing the work over the last several months on the legislative work plan and looking at the trends and, of course, all of the elections. So more work needs to be done, but we wanted to give you a preview of what's going to be happening during the next several weeks and months. And as we continue to update public information, the public and the rest of the board through our initiatives. So with that, next slide, please. I'm going to pass it over to Mr. O'Brien to talk through of the elections and where we've been and especially where we're going. So, Tim?
Thanks, Lisa. Appreciate it. And thanks, Chair Moody Chair Yoder of the Public Information Committee. I'm excited to give you a briefing. We've had a lot of great work, as Lisa said, from the last time that we provided an update. The elections were a big part of what we've been working on, and that'll be kind of a theme throughout the whole update here. So I want to thank my team for so much support there. We have just a few slides to talk about what's going on, so you'll hear more from me or Seth Boyles from the team that will jump in. So the two slides that you'll see of where we've been and where we're going. And as a reminder, this has been a very, very unique year for us working in the government affairs world, in the virtual world, in the sense that the legislature moved to be completed in the middle of August. And so we were hustling and focusing and doing a lot of work in different ways. I like sports analogies. And so I think about it this, we just finished one season. We're quickly moving into a new season. So there's drafting and signing and recruiting and direction and learning the plays. And so there's just a lot going on. And so that's a lot about what's been happening. And so the legislative work plan, as Lisa cited, was something that we do when we further enhanced with feedback from senior management and the Public Information Committee. Some of those actions I'll speak to on the next slide of hearing about what are interested topics of the board and then also of our legislators in the state of Nebraska. And so we've graded a lot of feedback, shared with the Public Information Committee, and then had a small session with interested members of the board a few weeks ago on our legislative actions and strategy there. We've also been doing a lot of work. Coalition building is important to us. And so one example of that is the Nebraska Power Association. They've been very focused on their legislative agenda. Many of their items connect really closely with our interests. And so we're, again, pleased with the cooperation and coordination there. The last is senator and stakeholder meetings. So this is the day-to-day work that happens. This is the intelligence that we gain, the relationships that we manage and undertake to understand what's on people's minds, and then help to share the great things that OPPD is doing and how we're guided in the work that we do. And that can be education from current activities such as Power with Purpose. It can be education on our different strategic directives. So it's a very rigorous process that we continue to do. And it's been reasonably successful in a COVID world. I think we're all getting really well with that. On the next slide, this is where I think everyone will have a lot of the interest of where we're going. And so I'm going to spend some more time just setting the stage of what the Nebraska legislature looks like this year. So we will be going into a 90-day session. This starts on January 6th. There's been a lot of discussion on how the session will work. We hope it will be somewhat back to normal, but I don't think that will likely occur. There's a variety of measures that are being worked on and put in place. Some have had considerations that the session may start. It may postpone for a period of time, similar as it did last year, to manage through the COVID world. You ask, well, how are we trying to figure this out? One of the nuances is there will be a new speaker of the legislature. This will change at the start of the session. The speaker sort of sets the agenda, manages the process, and so a new speaker will be necessary to help us further inform on how the legislative process will work. From the election standpoint, we had 8 new senators. 3 of those senators are former senators, so Mike Flood, Rich Pulse, and Ray Aguilar. They'll be back, so there'll be some more education to do with senators in the legislature. And as a reminder, bills are introduced the first 10 days of the legislature. So we are aware of generally some of the bills and topics that are coming up, but people are working on them very, very closely right now through December and then right up to time of introduction. So some broader themes, I'll speak to those and then I'll get very specific on what's of interest to OPPD. Larger themes, being a longer session, there's always the budget that's set. And so the budget will be a big topic for the legislature this year. Just as we had with our corporate operating plan, things have unfortunately changed due to COVID, so they will be a big, big topic for the legislature here coming up. COVID recovery. I have this on interested items for OPPD, but there's a bunch of things in here that we'll be watching. There's some things around workforce or workplace protections, possibly some CARES Act similar programs at the state level to support small businesses, those in need, et cetera. So that will be a big focus. Also, broadband has occurred all over the place. You might have remembered a couple of the bills last year that we talked about broadband. That has continued to be a focus and access in the COVID world. So we expect that topic to come up, and that's a continued topic for OPPD for our needs and for economic development purposes as well. Open meetings, the way the Nebraska statutes are in place today, they're quite antiquated. So there's been a large group of folks looking at this topic, from the NPA to the League of Municipalities and others, to look at how meetings can be conducted in a virtual sense, but following the process of postings and access, et cetera, for our public meetings. So that is something that we have been focused on and actively engaged on. The other is, this is a topic that's been commonplace for the legislature, but on taxes. This could range from a variety of things, depending on how budget projections come in, to perhaps even some reform. Property tax may be another part of this discussion again as well. So we're anticipating some tax discussion. Lastly, another theme around equality and some of the unfortunate events that have occurred over the coming months with laws, equality, law enforcement items. And so we expect some of those topics to occur in the legislature. So those are sort of the broad themes as we go in. We'll provide another update to the Public Information Committee as we have a stronger focus on the themes going in, but I do want to spend the last bit of our time and then discussion from those involved in these discussions about some more of the items that OPPD has strong interest in, frankly, leadership in these particular areas. So I want to thank so many of the subject matter experts and Seth Boyles for managing a lot of these aspects. The first I'll jump to is LIHEAP. So this is a low-income home energy assistance program. We were looking at this further, and in conjunction with Julie Comstock's team, is we think there could be an opportunity to increase the income level limit. Currently it's set at 130. The federal law allows to go to 150. And so we see an opportunity to increase that level to allow for LIHEAP to be available for more customers, especially in times of today where hopefully customers can stay ahead or close to meeting their bill needs. And so we think that could be a necessary improvement that would help many customers and needs. The other related to that is we've continued to look at opportunities for weatherization, energy efficiency kinds of things. One of the ideas that we had is, could we look at enhancing some of the programs that the Nebraska Department of Energy Energy and Environment has on weatherization. And so we're looking at a proposal to perhaps increase some funding for weatherization for customers in need in that space. So that's been a big focus to our legislative efforts. I spoke on open meetings. Another one I'll jump to, and this one we're hearing a little bit about some continued interest of decarbonization, renewable portfolio standards, lots of different aspects here. Some of you might recall a bill that occurred the last session, actually the 2019 and 2020 as a carryover on the Climate Action Plan. And so that's been a topic that Seth has educated the senators involved with that about OPPD's interests and concerns with the proposed language. They seem pretty favorable to our aspects, and so we've shared that position with them. We expect perhaps a bill on that topic could be introduced, not confirmed, but could occur. We've also heard or had discussions about different aspects of decarbonization, or perhaps a legislative resolution that sets a directional target for the state around climate, very similar to our SD7, could be as far as a renewable portfolio study or process, but there'll be some topics related to those particular items. Going further, critical employees, it's not clearly defined how utility workers are defined as critical or essential workers. We think clarity on this topic would be helpful for our business operations for a variety of reasons, and I can let some of the senior management team jump in on this if there's more context, but it could be just simply more information. It could be resources, masks, supplies, those kinds of things, access to information or briefings. And then on the edge of that was something that we talked about, the flexibility of locates. And so as there's actually a regulation for locating our infrastructure in a certain period of time. Well, in times like this, there may be needs to have more flexibility, for example, on that side. So I threw a lot at the group in about 10 minutes about what's headed. There's more that will occur and arise, but this is the best pulse check that we've discussed with the PI committee last week and a small group of others. So I'll pause and take questions. And I think Seth, my other subject matter experts on the line too, if like to address the questions.
I see Director Gay has his hand up.
Yeah, hey, not so much question, but Tim, you had discussed, and I know Seth knows, who knows how it's going to go with the legislature and COVID, and, you know, whether they convene and then adjourn for a few months or whatever. But anyway, I just, Rick and I had talked about this, but with Senator Howard coming on board, what a great resource that's going to be to help you guys out. But looking at some of these things, I'd just say, hey, if you're going to be supporting these things, we need to get out and tell the senators and supporters that we're supporting them instead of, and I know Lisa's done a good job and you have too, and your whole team of, we're kind of becoming our own person and not so much like years ago, maybe we were just with the power board and, you know, Nebraska Power Association, whatever goes. But as you kind of get your own way here, I think it's super important, especially now with this COVID. It's so weird to get out there early. And one thing comes to my mind as I look at that is that LIHEAP program. You know, she was chair of the health committee for a long time. She could be very helpful in that and could really guide you on that. But anyway, little parting advice for Rick, I guess. So, but so thanks.
I'll take all of that I can get. So thank you, Director Gay. Any response, Tim O'Brien?
Thanks, Director Yoder and Director Gay. Just a real quick one. First, thanks for the comments. And I think there is a wonderful opportunity with new board members jumping in. I might provide a little bit on process. And so we have been working on leading and drafting bills. We're also trying to think about what senators will lead and carry those bills. And so as we get all of those things confirmed and finalized, we'll let the board know so we can continue to help with our advocacy. And that helps even from drafting. Steve Bruckner is always helpful in this process as well. And so we are continuing to lead some of these topics, as was mentioned was mentioned earlier. So very much a work in progress at the moment.
Thank you. Director McGuire?
Yes, in relation to the broadband, just this week in the Columbus newspaper, there was a story about how MPPD is initiating a study for broadband, especially out in the area. So that is another possible area for collaboration. However, I noted that I think the amount of the study is only about $15,000, but they are interested in that and trying to help getting broadband to the rural areas, you know, to the underserved areas also. So I think that's someplace that we can collaborate with MPPD perhaps.
I'll just add this. We have had some, as a matter of fact, I was on the phone with Pat Pope yesterday as he kind of, he's working on a couple special projects, and one of them is just this as an example, some of the broadband stuff with the National Rural Telecommunications Group. And so we've had some conversations. We've done some work with them. I would say we are collaborating and looking at alternatives and opportunities where we may be able to use our infrastructure for the benefit of our customer owners relative to broadband. So you will be hearing more about that, I think, in the coming weeks and months. So.
Yeah, I think that's terrific. I think I've shared with connectivity over the years and always been at the end of the line. And I've certainly traveled around through southeast Nebraska. The rural areas would benefit from increased accessibility to broadband, certainly. So I'm glad to hear we're working on it. Look to hear more. Other comments? I don't see any. Excellent report, Mr. O'Brien and VP Olson. Shall we move on to the next topic, which is SD 13?
We're scheduled for a break. I know we're ahead of schedule, but
okay.
I think we'll still take a lunch break now, just in case Lisa needs to get some folks organized for SD 13. So let's go ahead.
Break sounds good anyway. Yeah.
Yeah. So let's take a 30-minute break. So let's reconvene at 11:45. And we'll hop into SD 13 then. And I'm noting that we've only got one break planned this afternoon, so I'm probably going to find another place to break up this afternoon a little bit more. But all right, enjoy your lunch, everybody. We'll see you at 11:45. That should say AM, Mo. Thanks, everybody.
Hey, Julie,
Yeah,
your mic,
yes,
your mic is
it
on.
is. Oh, how did I do that? Thank
I
you.
heard some noise, so just FYI.
Hopefully you can hear me crunching my salad.
Okay, I've got 11:45. Let's see those smiling faces so we know you're there. All right. Very good. Okay, so I'm kicking it. Do we have Rick? Rick. I don't see. Director Yoder, you there? He is. All right, back to you, Rick. Take it away, sir.
All right. Well, this is easy. It's a handoff to VP Olson to bring report on SD 13.
All right. Thank you, Chair Yoder. You know, I don't know about many of you, but 2020 has been a busy year for OPPD outreach and engagement on so many fronts. The words that come to top of mind for me, and I know the team, is adapt and adjust. I want to thank so many individuals across the district, including board members, for their dedication and engagement, especially during these unusual times. For many of you, we've never seen anything like this. So the team has really done a lot of check and adjusting and monumental decisions along the way. So SD 13 has been a cornerstone for OPPD and for leading the way. Thanks to Director McGuire, Kavanaugh, and Gay for being there from the very beginning. I remember when we built this SD way back in 2014 and how it definitely has evolved. I'm also currently proud of the current directors and the continuous growth and improvement. You've pushed us, and that's a good thing. So thank you for that. We always want to get better, and you'll see that during this monitoring report. And next year, when we give this monitoring report, you're going to see more changes. So thank you for that. I'm extremely proud of the work that the team has done as we continue to evolve and improve, and you have our commitment that we will continue to lead and improve. Unfortunately, not all stakeholders may be satisfied with all aspects of our process or ultimately the outcomes, but we do strive to grow in our efforts, and we'll see that highlighted in this monitoring report. So let's get started. Next slide, please, Mo. Like we did, next slide, please. Like we did last month, we reported on SD 11 and a tremendous work since the last report. I'm going to follow that same model. The amount of work and focus on SD 13 work truly is off the charts. When we built the program, it was interesting how we maybe had one or two major outreach initiatives, and siting generation was maybe once in 20 years. Now we are doing outreach for 2 natural gas facilities, multiple solar locations, not one, but multiple across the service territory. And as we know, solar is new for a lot of these communities. So the education and outreach is off the charts. And then a new rail transportation contract, the CARES funding that impacted many of our customers, and the list could go on. We are doing phenomenal work, but is also involving many individuals across the entire district. There really isn't anything that doesn't involve some sort of stakeholder outreach, both major projects and our day-to-day work, and you'll see that outlined in this report. With all the many projects, we have shifted workloads of team members, and you've seen the name Sarah Lake. She's been added to our team, and now she's coordinating our outreach efforts across the district. She may be quarterbacking, but there's a lot of players that are on the field. So more to come on that. We always want to make sure we are improving and meeting the needs of our customers. We are currently conducting a customer study to measure their level of interest and engagement. Like community solar and other definitions, a lot of people, definitions mean different things to different people. So we're going to do some level setting of engagement and community outreach and what that could look like. So the team is starting to work on that. And then also the best way, many tools that we're utilizing. We really want to meet people where they're at, but are there other things that we should be doing and maybe revisiting some of the things that we've been doing in the past? And yes, we continue to want to work on oppd.com. That is still on our major bucket list. So more to come on that, and working with Kate Brown's team on that, and Julie Comstock's team. We are working on another study to benchmark our efforts compared to other utilities. We know how important that is. We've been at the forefront, but we want to make sure that we continue to be at the forefront. So we'll embark on that using an outside resource to help us with that. And then COVID-19 did not slow down our outreach efforts by no means. We pivoted. That's the word for the year. We adapted and we got creative. One example was transitioning the State of the Utility events to an online format and conducting social distancing, educational, and customer and question and answer tours. So you'll hear a little bit more about that. Next slide, please, Mo. For this component of the directive, I will highlight 3 Ps. As you can tell, we're into threes around here. Our efforts to have clear and transparent process. They are a process, the people you'll hear about, and a leading platform. So you'll see here, we've been using this process that is known international, and we're also really excited because we're working with partners like Rebecca Ryan on our Powering to the Future of 2050. She embraces IAP2 and was so pleased that we were utilizing this as well, because they use that for a lot of their community outreach as well. So we'll talk a little bit more about that. First, the process. We start by discussing how to engage stakeholders using the International Association of Public Participation framework shown here. It's important to note, and I want to pause on this particular slide because I know there's been a lot of conversation. I know we had it at the PI committee of when you're informing or consulting, involved, collaborating, empowerment, is it a linear process? And the answer is no, it's not. We may be selecting one level of participation, but that doesn't mean that level cannot change at a later point. And multiple levels can be used for the same project depending on a number of factors. For example, we may work more closely with stakeholders who are highly educated on specific technical topics and then summarize that work at a higher level to inform or consult with a broader audience. The IAP2 level is only part of the picture. The way we engage the public and who we engage is also important. We offer a variety of ways to gain input, including the OPPD Community Connect platform, public meetings, and one-on-one stakeholder conversation, and meetings with the public, among others. So I'm going to pause there if there's any questions on IAP2, because the change from last year was we said at the beginning of every outreach that we would state what the inform, consult, involve, collaborative, or empower lane that we would be using for different areas and phases. And Director Yoder, if you could help me, if there are any hands up, that would be great.
Yeah, I don't see any. I'll be happy to say that excuse me, to just reflect here a little bit, that that the public engagement here is moving towards a much richer engagement and dialogue, and less towards what some have said. I'm not saying it was all this way, but some have said is an attempt to convince the public of our position. So I am happy to have this rubric, and I think it's terrific that you're moving towards greater dialogue.
Great, thank you for that.
And I didn't see any hands, so okay.
Okay, thank you. Mo, next slide, please. Stakeholder outreach and engagement is much deeper than the IAP2 framework, which we had talked about. And I would say this is basically our success here is because of the relationships and the depth of our relationships that we have all across the community, and the relationships that the board has with their constituents. Much of the work we do involves around relationships, and these activities are core to the work we do every day. It's a reason why public affairs and this work that most people don't see us doing every single day. The team felt it was really important that we wanted to add this slide so that you could see the interaction between many of the business units as well as the public. Interpersonal communication with stakeholder paves the ways for more formalized outreach down the road, such as open houses or meetings. Forming key relationships and continually engaging with stakeholders on personal levels builds trust. Let me repeat that. That builds trust. And we hear that so often in much of our customer satisfaction is people trust OPPD. And that's why we can't take that for granted. It's important that we continue to keep that engagement. It's also important that it's just not one and done. That conversation has to continue, not just while we're doing projects, but just picking up the phone and calling our constituents and saying what's on their mind, and leaders in these communities on their day-to-day activities. And in turn, that trust positions us as thought leaders in the community and helps educate stakeholders and customers. I'll give a perfect example. Sierra Club. We have had multiple outreach with them over the past several years. Even during this pandemic, we've been doing WebExes with their constituents, and we do that with a lot of our meaningful partners, Omaha by Design, our economic development partners, and so forth. So it just isn't one and done. The relationships do matter. Next slide, please. All of this formal outreach must live somewhere, and that's where the final platform comes in. On July 1st, we transitioned from the OPPD Listens platform, which served us well, into the OPPD Community Connect. We're the first utility, and I know you've heard me say this so many times, in the country to use this platform, which allows us to have increased interaction with customers and provides a place for customers to interact with each other. For our team, the new platform allows for easier updates and robust information to support projects and initiative pages. With the analytics provided by the platform, we can see how the public is using it and what is resonating with them. In fact, the team is going to be doing some outreach during the next several weeks to talk through with people that have engaged on that platform to say, is it meeting their needs? What are the types of things that they would like to see on it? Because the opportunities are endless. And we're so pleased because just in December, we had over 5,000 customers that engaged on this particular platform, and they're staying to get educated on the items. And so we're going to find out what they liked, what they didn't like, what we need to grow on. So I'll pause there. And I want to thank the team for reaching out and finding a platform like this. They've been working on it for months, but the timing was perfect to roll it out in July in light of the COVID pandemic.
I think you're good.
Okay, great. Now let's talk about how we share context on key OPPD decisions. Next slide, please. I know you're probably all tired of seeing this, but that should be a good thing, right? Consistency in that regard. We do this through a three-phased outreach approach that has been at the core of our work. We have definitely seen this graphic before, as we talked about, especially during the Power with Purpose. At each of these phases, we develop a thoughtful, phased plans that complement each other, and that's very important. And maybe you'll see in some of your, in the appendix, you'll see that we have developed extensive plans and in each of these phases, and then definitely of what are our objectives and what are the outcomes. So you'll see a little bit more about that. But ultimately, that outer circle there is, it's ongoing. Our outreach and communication, we need to keep continuing to close the loop, and we're going to continue to improve on that as well. Next slide, please. So phase one, I'm just going to quickly go through these. Let's look deeper into phase one of this approach, which looks at the ways to engage and inform. I'm not going to go through all of these and the statistics, but trust me, they are there. OPPD leverages a variety of external communication channels, including a monthly newsletter, social media, which we have ambassadors. We've been working proudly on that, and we'll continue to evolve on that. And really, ultimately, what's on this page is we want to engage people where we want to meet them where they want to be. So we'll continue to increase this particular listing of outreach capabilities. Next slide, please. Phase two is a little bit deeper. We want to narrow those efforts into areas where customers could potentially be impacted. Perfect example was military in Sarpy County. We did an outreach that was basically almost a 1.5 miles parameter around those particular areas. That didn't exclude people from engaging that were elected officials and other community leaders as well. But we really focused on that by making sure that we had outreach and not just electronic, but ways that other people like to receive that information. I want to pause here for a moment to call out our research efforts. We have, and behind the scenes, we have very professional and highly educated individuals in this line of business on our team that utilize proven research methodologies. In addition, we have an international market research partner that is a well-established platform and resource for our OPPD Power Panel. And our team works on each and every research project to ensure we have unbiased project plans and implementation. Let me repeat that there are unbiased project plans and implementation. And we are so fortunate to have such a knowledgeable and dedicated group that ensures a top-notch program. So I just wanted to do some shout outs. You don't get to see them all often, but Michael, Tammy, and Al do exceptional work. And so you get to see that information as we feed it into the decisions that are made. I'm going to pause there for any questions, comments. Next slide, please, Mo. And phase three, the work in the first two phases raises awareness and allows relationships to pave the way for the direct stakeholder outreach in phase three. Direct outreach takes many forms, including OPPD Community Connect platforms, direct mail campaigns, and meetings. And you'll hear, you heard during some of our report outs, we go to the homeowners associations. Mary and I and some of the outreach people were part of that virtual that was around the military. And we continue to do that as well, and meeting with businesses around the particular areas as well. So, and then of course the live committee and board meetings, and then the contact for the OPPD board members. We will continue to work on that. We know that it needs some work in terms of how people can engage with that. But I promise you that we're working with business technology to make sure that we have an efficient process with that. So more to come. Next slide, please. Last but not least, what do we measure? We are always looking at ways to measure our success. Shown here are the metrics we measure and how we measure them. But we also use these measurement results to improve our process for the next round of outreach. By assessing the feedback and measurements, we can gain lessons learned and adjust on approaches. And you'll hear a little bit more about some of the examples. At each of the safe tours that we did, we do a debrief at each of them to say what went well, what didn't go well, what do we need to change. At the end of our community outreach for the natural gas, we did a survey monkey, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in the specifics there. So next slide, please.
VP Olson, Director Molhoff has a question.
Great, thank you so much for that, Director Yoder. Director Molhoff?
Hi, Lisa. I just have a question. Going back to the phase 2 where you talk about customer satisfaction studies and online research and traditional research. When you're formulating these surveys or questionnaires, does your own team write the questions, or how? I mean, I know that you're the experts in marketing, but sometimes surveys that you get are like, okay, on a scale of 1 to 10, how bad is my opponent?
Right.
So, you know, what steps do you take to ensure that your surveys aren't leading the customers or leading the respondent to a certain conclusion? And then how is that data analyzed then to make sure that we're really getting what we're asking for?
Absolutely, great question and comment. And I can hear Michael and Tammy and Al in my ear through all of this, because they truly are unbiased and want to follow the letter of surveying processes. So with that, we use them to help with compile those questions so we don't lead the witness. We also use outside firms to help us with that before we implement the survey to the customers as well, to have that extra lens on top of it so that we're not leading the witness on that as well. And then we compile that information along with the verbatims. The verbatims are extremely important for us to hear so that we can do some check and adjust along the way. So does that answer your question?
Yeah, I'm gonna, Janice, did that answer your question? I'm going to piggyback.
Yeah, it does. It does. And so, yeah, so the most recent survey that was sent out about Green Fund, I guess, you know, what I heard was, you know, that some of the respondents felt like that they were being led to a certain conclusion based on those questions. So that's why I asked this, and just wanted to understand your process for that. So.
And if we do have subject matter experts that are on this WebEx, if you would like us to phone a friend, if you would like some more information as well.
Well, that's your call, Lisa. If you need to phone a friend, I trust your judgment on that. My piggyback on Janice's comment, and we've talked about this in some of our, I'm going to get the SD wrong, but our customer service SD.
5.
We talked about, what number is it? Help me.
SD5.
Yep.
Thank you.
Customer sat.
We've talked about the tension between needing to educate people and educate customers before we can ask them about interest levels versus just kind of asking an open-ended question where perhaps the person taking the survey doesn't necessarily know a whole lot about the newest technology, right? Is that a tension that we're trying to walk with these surveys as well? Sort of differentiating a little bit. Yeah. Okay.
Absolutely. And that's important when we put our process plans together, or program plans together. That's one of the components on it, to say how educated, and we may interact with each of these areas a little bit different, for people that are novelists to people that are well informed on that particular. And I think it would behoove us to have, if it's okay with you, Director Yoder and Moody, Michael Leary is on, and he has been the father of our power panel as well, and did the engagement on the Green Fund. Michael?
Thank you, Lisa. I'll just take a few minutes, and I think what I'm hearing from Director Moody and Director Moha is just, we want to make sure that we're doing objective research, and really it starts with the planning. And Lisa mentioned that before with our research plans or project plans. We lay out everything. So if senior management is our client or the board is our client, whether it's them or whether it's product development and marketing or another area of the company, we lay out the entire process so that we make sure that we all agree on the information objectives, the methodology that we've chosen, and then what we're going to get out of it. So the deliverable. So I'll just give you guys a quick example. A few years ago, before we got into community solar, we did research on this, and Director Moody, this kind of speaks to your question about having to educate certain respondents. And we do that on particular projects because it might involve a technology like community solar, where the majority of our customer base just may not know what that specific technology is about. And at that point, we didn't know what community solar was going to look like, what the program would look like, even if we would have a program at all. But we really wanted to know what customers thought about it. So we did everything from getting images of solar arrays to describing the technology, describing how it might be laid out in one central point or in a number of points throughout our service territory. So we really took the opportunity to educate and do that in an objective way so that customers could make an informed choice on what their perceptions would be about community solar and their preferences would be. And Director Mulhaupt, this kind of speaks to your question about the recent study on green power. About 90% of the content in that study was a choice model. And it can be a little bit, I admit the choice model approach can be a little bit frustrating for the respondent because it's like a repetitive shopping exercise. And going back to something that Lisa said real quick, that the partners that we bring in are top-notch partners. We actually brought in Sawtooth Software, who is basically the creator of the content choice model. And what we did in that study was actually walk the respondents through a choice exercise. So it's basically trying to simulate your shopping experience in the marketplace. So if you were shopping for a green power program and you had a number of different options and you couldn't have everything that you wanted with every single program, and there were choices that you would have to make to find the best one to fit you, that's basically what we did. So we walked them through about 8 different scenarios. The program runs 8 different random variations of different combinations of features of a program. And then it calculates on the back end what factors are the strongest factors driving the customer's choice or the respondent's choice. So we know whether it's price or whether it's something like how long you can contribute to a green power program. We know what is the strongest factor that is driving your choice. So I admit it can be a little bit confusing for the respondent to go through several exercises that seem to be, quite similar when you're actually taking the survey. But there is a science behind all of that. And we just make sure that we check off all the boxes. And, that our job as research professionals is to come to the answer and not an answer. So we really want to know what the answer is for all of our customers. And it may not be for one subset of customers. We really have to represent the voice of the customer when we go back to clients and report on research results. So sorry for the long-winded answer, but I hope that addresses all of your questions.
Oh, I think we can always come up with more questions.
Oh, Michael, that answered a lot of my questions. And I like your focus on the fact that we want to find the answer, not an answer, and it's not just the answer for a certain subset of customers, it's for all of our customers. So thank you for that answer, and I appreciate your work.
Right, thank you for your questions. I appreciate it.
Don't go away. I see we have 2 directors with hands up. So Director McGuire?
Yes, since this is my last meeting, I want to thank Michael for being our guru in this area. He's done a great job for us the past 5, 6, 7 years. And you've done a great job, and I really appreciate your answer, and the idea is that we really can't, just because one person, a few people have this one specific idea, we have to look at everyone and what their ideas are before we can really formulate a plan. So I really appreciate all your help the past few years, Michael. And continue on, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Director McGuire. I appreciate your support.
muted.
I am complete on that one. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. I guess I was muted. Thank you, Director McGuire. Director Gay.
Yeah, I just kind of also reiterate what Ann was saying. Michael, thanks for you and your team's efforts. But the point, this is a great discussion, but I just point out for the board going forward, you know, ultimately there is no perfect way to do this, but we've come a long, long ways getting public input and our outreach. And, you know, ultimately the public, and you hit the nail on the head, most of the people are not going to be educated on some of these technical things. It's an opinion, but ultimately they can give us good guidance, which I think we're getting. And then with such an engaged board and so much knowledge from the board members, you know, the board ultimately decides these things. But anyway, congratulations to you and your team, Lisa. I've always thought we've done a tremendous job going forward, but you got to keep this all in perspective. It's a guideline, and we're trying to get their input, but we can't always take it. That's what, you know, as elected officials, that's what we're ultimately doing. So, but anyway, I've always thought we've had some excellent outreach in the last 5 years for sure that I've seen. So keep up the good work. Thanks.
Thank you. Michael, thank you so much to you and Tammy and Al for all of the work, and then the leadership by Kate Thomas. I'm so glad that we have them on our team. We're very fortunate. So you got to see it firsthand. We've got some great experts. So thank you for that.
Yeah. So thank you, Directors Gay and McGuire. I don't see any hands raised. Mr. Leary, I thought that was great that the shopping choice scenario you laid out. I'm wondering what happens when the result for the participant doesn't match their preconceived notion of what the result would be. Is that something that can happen?
It is something that can happen. I'm gonna use an old research adage and don't shoot the messenger. And I'll refer back to you know, our job is really to get to an answer, or excuse me, the answer and not an answer. So there are times when I have to go back to my clients, whether it's marketing or even senior management, and say, this is the viewpoint, and this is what our customers are saying. It may not be where we can or need to go as a company or as this certain division might be wanting to go, but this is what our customers are saying. A lot of the times we get feedback from Power Panel members, and we have about 4,400 Power Panel members right now. But a lot of the time we get feedback from them just saying, hey, I appreciate that I have a voice with OPPD. I wasn't even expecting anything, but I appreciate taking part in the research. And certainly we do get people who will push back and say that they did not have a positive experience with a certain research activity that we did. And we do take those very seriously. We do discuss those and figure out how we can improve our activities. But like Lisa said, we've got a lot of great minds and some pretty heavy hitters in the research industry that we cooperate with and collaborate with when we design our instruments. So I'm very confident that what we put out to get the voice of the customer is sound methodology. And, you know, like I said, when we brought on our Power Panel host, at that time, they were already a global player in the market research, online market research segment. So that's one of the reasons that we brought them on, and they collaborate with us on every project. So there are times when customers may not agree with the outcome of a research study. But again, we have to keep in mind that the voice of the customer is the voice of all of our customers, and really not just a single segment of customers.
Thank you. And then one other comment, expect an answer at this point, but I want to put it up as a placeholder for discussion. The notion that there is a single answer to whatever is being asked, and there are customers that think differently than that single answer. As we're planning and moving forward to the utility of the future, I do want to allow for the frame that there will be multiple answers for different customer segments. And again, I don't think we need to discuss that at any length today, given the time. I think we will see that in some of the strategic work that's being done. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great.
Question.
Director Yoder, that was a beautiful segue to the next component of our monitoring report, with share context with customer owners and decisions. As we say in Stakeholder, they may not like the answer, but hopefully they will understand why we made the decisions that we've been making. And Power with Purpose is a perfect example of that. We had a specific challenge, and we needed to find a solution for it. And as we all know, that this is a very complicated business. So the first one, just quickly, I'm going to go through these examples. With Power with Purpose, the work of this project began in the fall of 2019, and really it was to inform and consult key stakeholders. And then during this time, we conducted workshops, notified customers through various communication channels. And many of our constituents, your constituents, as you can see in that picture, we brought them way in to say, this is what we're trying to solve for. And do you understand what we're trying to solve for? And are there ways that we need to communicate that? And their feedback was incorporated into how we were going to communicate that out to the public as well. So we had an objective, and the engagement was robust. It was condensed. We would have liked to have more time, but we had a solution that we needed to roll out, and we're in the thick of that right now. Next slide, please. This work continues into 2020 and continues today. And so we needed to adapt along the way with COVID to inform and consult, and to ensure that customers had a greater understanding of why the natural gas sites were chosen and how OPPD could work with them. We did listen in that regard. We had, during our outreach, we heard that they were concerned about the sound, and we were able to address that as well. Wildlife, we're going to be addressing that. They had concerns about that. The traffic, what could that impact? And so we'll keep them updated along that way. And then at the end of that, we did a survey to find out, really what we wanted to find out was there clarity? Were we able to address their concerns? And then overall satisfaction. And on a scale of 1 to 5, it rated in 4 to 4.64. So we were pleased with that. Next slide, please.
Hey, Lisa, real quick on this one, I think it was really important in the first town hall on the military work. There was enough questions around the site and trees and location because of that feedback and that discussion that we had that was very active. That's when we decided to do the on-site review. And Lisa, I don't know if you're going to get into that at all, but on this one is where we brought people to the site that had interest in being in the site and seeing kind of where this substation would be, where the plant would be, kind of how it would sit in that, and then gathered feedback in that kind of perspective. So, you know, sometimes when people say, hey, you know, no one really responded, or there, you know, my input doesn't change things, it does all the way through the process as we get additional information. And that's just an example of one where we thought it was really important to gather the people on the site and actually do a kind of a foot survey on that site, and so they get to you know, the opportunity to see it and understand it and kind of go to the Gemba, so to speak. So
Thank you. No worries. That is another improvement that we're going to be doing for this monitoring report, as well as we're going to be compiling a long check and adjust items so that we can communicate that back to the public multiple times, multiple ways, because we want them to know they have been heard. Ultimately, some people just don't want it in their backyard. So unfortunately, that is not the case in some of these locations, but we do have the ability on the substations and the siting of where the distribution lines are going to go and so forth. So, and they still have a say in that. So next slide, please. Here's another example of the county work with Sarpy County and Washington County. Behind the scenes, the relationship building continues around Power with Purpose, and it yielded positive results. Our strong relationships with the community in the case of Washington County helped educate and inform and resulted in the county board's vote of a 7-0 in favor of pursuing solar. We're going to be doing that in all of the counties where we are interested in potential projects in those particular counties. There's a lot of education that needs to go on with this, especially on the solar. And we'll be working with the various developers. Even though we haven't made the decision on exactly which projects we're going to be going with, there still is an education that needs to happen with that, and we'll continue to do that. Next slide, please. And then I'm just going to take a quick step backward. I promise we won't spend a lot of time on this, but this all started out with in April and May, we were going to do the state of the utility. And in that really was 10 top items that we were going to talk to the communities on of EVs, reliability, resiliency, battery storage, economic development, pathways to decarbonization, solar, and last but not least, talking about how it's been 5 years of no general rate increase. We were on our way, and then we had to do a check and adjust with actually placement in the newspapers had already been placed, and so we pivoted to online, and still were able to get some good engagement with that through the different channels of outreach. Let me go to the next slide quickly, because it just really, the objective was to inform and consult. And then overall, the majority of our customers were satisfied with our efforts. And that gave us a deeper understanding of how they are feeling about these initiatives and where we need to do deeper dives. And so the team is working on that. And then clarity of it was pointed to that, are we going in the right direction for their utilities? And this confirmed that we were, but we have work to do, and we'll build products and services and programs around that. Next slide, please. We also wanted to let people know especially during this pandemic, what was going on behind, how we were powering through, and how our employees were working in the power plants and restoring power during these times, while everybody else was hunkered home being safe. We did that in a safe way as well, but we wanted people to understand that our employees, in light of the pandemic, kept power flowing to customers. While this was a qualitative effort, it really does translate into the quantitative side of it. And you'll see that when we report out on SD5 in terms of our customer satisfaction. And you'll see during our Power with Purpose, Kate Thomas, who is our Director of Corporate Marketing and Communications, we've been doing a lot more marketing in that regard and targeted marketing. So you'll hear some great outputs and outcomes from those campaigns as well. Next slide, please. And this was extremely important in terms of the utility assistance with our CARE Acts. Oppd worked together with MUD to request Douglas County allocate a portion of the CARES funds for our utility for those in needs that are really struggling during this time. We were so fortunate between Seth Voiles and Britton Gable. They just did a beautiful job working with the county commissioners and Dollar Energy Fund. And so they were able to secure $4 million for our residents. And Julie will be reporting out during our customer trends exactly for the funding and how many of our customers are utilizing that. So $2 million of that went directly for our Oppd customers. So that was a huge success. Another curveball that we didn't see coming, but the team really responded beautifully. And then the last example that I have is the BNSF new partnership. Next slide, please. Even with all of this that was going on with our traditional stakeholder outreach, we made the announcement that BN Santa Fe would earn the business for our rail transportation starting in January 1st. And with that, that meant that a rail portion from Lincoln to Nebraska City that really hasn't been used in 17 years for that duration. We do use it in some of our particular areas. And last month, you heard me talk about our partner in Frontier in the Syracuse area utilizing and growing because of access to that rail. So with that, we've been doing extensive, Michaela Valentine, along with the BN Santa Fe people, have been going out to doing community outreach all along that rail. Unadilla and Syracuse and many of the communities all along that rail line to answer any of the questions. And ultimately, the biggest goal is from a safety standpoint. We want to make sure that people stay safe while there's traffic that's going to be going on that rail lines from Lincoln to Nebraska City for the upcoming years. So thank you to Michaela and the team on that. Next slide, please. But stakeholder efforts need strategy, and we do strategize and build programs around that. With everything that we've been doing in 2020, I just wanted to give you a preview. Right, you've heard through the finance department, the outreach that we're going to be doing on that. Pathways to decarbonization. Oh, so excited. And the platform that we're going to be utilizing for those conversations. So exciting to have that as well. And then powering the future to 2050. Those are all game changers and customer engagement for the future. We're extremely excited. And next year we'll be giving an update on that. So just wanted to kind of tee that up for you. And then the next slide is beyond large scale projects. We do have our day-to-day inform and consult tree trimming. You know, a perfect example of Bellevue Boulevard, where trees were replaced with more appropriate species near the power lines. Our work with customer service to continually to look at ways to improve our outage experience and notification. Collaboration with our leadership in our work with community groups to advance diversity and inclusion. We're excited about the work that we could be doing and the conversations that we can have to really change and empower our communities with that. And then last but not least, our community connections team, which our community outreach, and we'll talk a little bit about that on the next slide, please. We truly live out our core values, and we miss the days that we could be shoulder to shoulder as we had impacts along major blocks in our service territory to I know Tim was with the wheelbarrows as well as myself. It took me weeks to get over that, but that doesn't mean that the work hasn't continued. We have found ways to engage with our communities from a virtual standpoint, and we just came off of our employee giving campaign, and the people have been giving both to our energy assistance programs as well as to our major partnerships with United Way and to some of the smaller ships as well. But we don't do this for the accolades. But we do want to talk a little bit about how we were the Volunteer Organization of the Year through United Way, through the leadership, and then the Business Excellent Award winner by the Greater Omaha Chamber. These awards are just testaments to the consistent work that you hear each month in Tim's President's Report. And at this particular board meeting, you'll be hearing about all of the work besides just our community. It is mind-blowing. So thank you for that support. And then the last portion of this monitoring report is we're always looking at ways to improve. So I'm going to go with 3. Next slide, please. On every project, we listen, we learn, and we look to improve. I promise for those of you that have contacted us and the board, we do hear you and make the appropriate adjustments when possible. And we will continue to do so. Next year with this monitoring report, you'll see that our continuous improvement journey, just like you are this year. And we use multiple tools like post-event surveys, gauge our feedback and understanding, and gather ideas for improvement. It's done through debriefs and much of the items that we talked through. And then we're also doing it through training and development to continue to develop our teams through conferences and collaboration and the IAP2 model. You'll see on there that we're thinking about engaging the board in this particular, if they would like to know more about this model. And then networking and relationships. And finally, it's done with research and benchmarking. And you've heard us talk about that through that. So you have our commitment. We will listen, we will learn, and look to improve. So next slide, please. Moving into 2021, we're looking at the following continuous improvements: satisfaction studies, workshops, as I had mentioned, for maybe even nonprofit organizations that would like to utilize this particular proven process. We're thinking about creating a diverse group of stakeholders to help guide our efforts and create a group that represents our customers and those different segments. And then we're onboarding vendors who value the IAP2 relationship. I mentioned Rebecca Ryan, Empowering the Future for 2050. So more to come on that. And then last but not least, engaging our future customers and employees. This is the part that I'm extremely excited about, is those up and coming customers. What are the things that are interesting to them? They might not be thinking about paying a utility bill, but Lord knows they sure want to make sure that their iPhones and their electronics are charged. So we'll be talking through that a little bit more. So next slide, please. Today, during this SD13 monitoring report, you heard about our industry-proven process and how we utilize it across our many outreach efforts, our dedication and outstanding people, and our new industry-leading platform, which we are excited about and will serve our community well, especially during these exciting times we're doing in 2021 and beyond. So in closing, it's been a tremendous year, one like no other, and I hope we don't see another one like this. But I'm so proud of the team and the dedication to constantly deliver on solid plans while checking and adjusting in these unusual times and always trying to ensure we're improving on our engagement process. So Chair Yoder, I will pass it over to you, sir.
Mute. Thank you very much, people. I do appreciate the very thorough report. Other more comments from other board members? There we go, Director Gay.
Yeah, hey, Lisa, I'd just say great job, especially with this changing environment on the social media. It's just so hard to keep up, and I see there's new ones coming online now. But so I don't think it's ever possible to please 100% of these ratepayers that have issues, but you're just trying to get their engagement. The one thing I wanted to ask you was, I still go back a couple of years ago, prior to COVID, because I know it's hard now, but those personal meetings down in Sarpy County when we're doing transmission and then La Vista transmission, I was just shocked how well that came off. But I think part of that, like you talked about, those personal relationships need to exist. And I love the idea about Michaela going out there, you know, about that railroad safety. That's good thinking on that. But I mean, you're still always planning on continuing those personal relationships that Steve has and Jake and your whole team? Very important. So I just want to make sure, as a ratepayer, just a customer, that I can reach out and go to a meeting maybe the old-fashioned way. So are you going to continue that?
Absolutely. And you probably heard me say this. We miss sitting across the table and having a cup of coffee or a beverage of choice, just to talk, to find out what's on people's mind. And we will continue to do that in a safe manner, because not everybody is in tune with the electronic format, but we're going to be doing multiple times, multiple ways of engagement. So thank you for that. And Director Gay and Director McGuire, thank you so much. I know you'll be leaving the board, but your vision for where we've been taking this has been very insightful, and we greatly appreciate your support.
Okay, thank you very much. Doubling down on Director Gay's comment, I thought Sarpy was great. It was done in a timely fashion, which I thought was especially good. Okay, other board members, Director Moody.
Yeah, I really don't have much to say other than kudos and thanks to the team. I know, as you said, this has been quite the year, right? And you had a ton of engagement work planned in a normal environment, and then you just completely had to sort of pivot, which you know, capturing the time and attention of people in a virtual world is a challenge that I can't really wrap my head around. So thank you to you and the team for doing that. The only other comment that I would make, and I think this is something that everybody knows, is just reinforcing the importance of this. I think it's common knowledge that the board really values the way in which we as a public utility engage people. So just wanted to reemphasize that. Keep up the good work.
Thank you very much, Director Moody. Director Williams.
Yeah, and just one second here. I'm skipping around on different monitors. I think we've talked about a number of times that the last couple of years have been really challenging. Let's not forget that even 2019 was the flood and the engagement necessary that went with that. Right on the heels of that was 2020 and COVID. So that's kind of where we've been. I think Lisa did a great job of highlighting things that are currently ongoing, power with purpose and decarbonization, and the rate updates that we're kind of working through internally and that will become an engagement activity. So those things are kind of currently happening, and I appreciate the steps we've taken with the Community Connect platform and the way that we are engaging on those. As we look to the future, we mentioned the Strategic Vision 2050. I hope that we are able to answer some of the fundamental questions, and I feel like these are really tricky to get to, but there are areas where an individual survey of a current activity might not exactly hit what we need to get to, but in our mission, affordable, reliable, and environmentally sensitive, as we look to what we're going to become as the utility of the future, how do we balance those? And how do our customers or our ratepayers want us to balance those three activities when necessary? We talked about the choice model earlier, but what is the preference of our customers on clean energy? If at the same price, I would assume we would see an overwhelming demonstration that yes, we prefer cleaner energy. What is the price sensitivity on clean energy and balancing? So essentially affordable versus environmentally sensitive. And as we talked about earlier, are there different market segments that might have a different balance on reliability or resilience relative to affordability? And how do we meet those needs of our customers? And so I think those are really tough questions to get to. But I hope that as we look to the future and we talk about what we will become by 2050, I hope that we're asking some of those really fundamental questions in the more broad sense, rather than the Green Power Program survey. That's excellent. I'm glad to hear we're engaging on that, but that is a very particular issue.
Yep.
I hope on some of these very broad issues that we are taking the time to ask and understand. And there are lots of surveys out there that talk about the sentiments of people across the country or in Nebraska, but within our own service territory, how do we balance those different values? And I think that's important to get to because that is essentially what we're asked to do. So I think that past work we've talked about, current work of engagement of projects that are ongoing. As we look at the IAP2 chart, I know that we are doing some of the inform activities for projects that are ongoing. But as we look to the future, there is an appendix, and I'm not sure if that is attached to the slides that are on the screen right now for others. There's an appendix that talks about how we have chosen different activities in the IAP2 chart from inform, consult, involve, collaborate, and empower. And I have mentioned before, I would like to see more of the activities in that right-hand portion of the chart, all the way up to empower. And I know that those are really difficult decisions, and it's pretty infrequent that we can just say, okay, public, tell us what you want, make this choice. But the more often we can get to some of the fundamental values that we will use to make some of those choices, public, tell us, empower the public to tell us, how do you want to balance affordable and environmentally sensitive, or affordable and reliable? And I hope that we can see some engagement activities that help to get to some of those underlying questions. I know that we did a survey like that in 2015 that led to a lot of the activity we've seen over the last couple of years. And I hope that the Strategic Vision 2050 is getting to another updated version of balancing of those fundamental values within the utility. And Lisa, if you have any comments about the activities we're doing in that area specifically, and how we'll use that to project forward into the distant future, I'd appreciate that as well.
Yeah, Director Williams, couldn't agree with you more. This is what really jazzes the team up, is when we can, that's why I put the slide in there that strategy takes time. And those are the things that just get us all jazzed up. And so the powering the future, the vision for 2050, that gets us jazzed up. And so we're building that plan right now. And so you'll hear more about that in the coming months. We're also doing a project management where we can overlay all of these projects so that we see and have a roadway. So it's not just so transactional, so that we have a vision of exactly where we're going with all of these. So more to come. But just wanted to let you know, this is just the monitoring report from last year to this year, but there is so much more that will be coming on top of that. So couldn't agree with you more.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Williams, for mentioning the appendix for other board members who I want you to know that that's an important part of the information that we have available to us, but no, it's not available to the public. But I think it does help us better understand the complexities and where the team is on the work that they're doing. And so thank you for mentioning that. Director McGuire.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to also go toward the future. You know, we've done tremendous amount in the past 5-6 years. And to sort of carry on to what Director Moody said, as far as we really value this customer engagement, we also put we also value it as far as the amount of money that we're putting in next year's corporate operating plan. For the customer engagement initiative, we're putting $1.5 million into it. $1,500,000 we're giving to the customer engagement initiative, so we can complete these things. We're really asking a lot. We're demanding a lot, and hopefully this will help both Lisa's team and also Julie Comstock's team to create more product for us. We really appreciate it. I am complete.
Thank you very much, Director McGuire. VP Olson, did you want to respond to that?
Our teams are working across the district, and all of these strategic initiatives are a heavy lift, but we're going to make sure that we put the right processes and procedures together and are good stewards of that $1.5 million.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think that's the greatest amount we've ever spent on this. So it tells you that we really do value this. We do value customer engagement.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think we, those of us who are new especially, we're all vocal about the need for that. So you know, I'm happy to see the resources being applied here, and I'm happy to see the growth. Director Mulhoff, did you have anything? I don't see a hand up, but I wanted to offer you the opportunity.
No, I don't have anything specific, but I just do want to commend Lisa and her team for adjusting and overcoming in a really rough time.
Yeah, and as Director Williams pointed out, you know, what with tornadoes and floods, it seems like a chronic condition. The only thing I would say, Director or VP Olson, is excellent work. Sorry we went long to everybody on the time, but it really is. It shows the depth of your passion, the depth of your commitment here, and the fact that you're growing and being responsive, and I'm very happy about that. I look forward to measures in the future, not just about and you're doing so much better than what I think I saw early, or one of my issues early on was a lot of activities. I look forward to learning about the effectiveness of the activities. It's important to have all the channels available to you. I'm never going to suggest that you get rid of them, but I think the board would be interested in finding out what are more effective channels as we look at the metrics that come out over time. So anyway, good job, great work, and we will be asking for approval. The PI committee will be asking for approval of this monitoring report. With that, now on to VP Comstock and the customer experience.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm going to provide you a brief update on our customer trends. I think we're in a pretty steady state, so I don't anticipate that we'll be spending lots of time on this conversation today, but want to make sure that you all have time for any questions that you might have of us. So again, the team has done a fabulous job of responding to our customers, monitoring how things are going, and then adjusting, looking forward, not just at the current month, but months into the future. And so what you'll notice on our extension of customer first solutions, there's a couple bullet points there that say new in front of them. And that's where we're looking ahead to 2021, understanding that the COVID challenge is going to continue into at least the first quarter of 2021. We are going to automatically waive any collection or reconnect fees on our first field visit out to customers in 2021 also. So, and then we had indicated when we went away from having kind of that blanket not assessing any late payment charges, we moved into kind of a state of we would waive up to 3 late charges and other fees based on specific customer situations. And so the team has recommended, and we will be waiving fees as we have conversations with customers and get requests for those. We'll continue to monitor and waive those fees as it's appropriate to because of the COVID impacts. Probably the final thing that's new this month that isn't just a continuation of what we've done is very targeted message using emails and postcards out to our customers, making sure that those with past due accounts are aware of the CARES utility assistance dollars so that they can get their applications in before the deadline of December 15th, which is unbelievably next week. So I again just want to express my appreciation to the customer service team, whether it's in the product team, the front lines, the folks out in the field, the folks on the calls who invested. And I also want to take this opportunity success of this year. The mindset into COVID, I want to call out and recognize Jennifer Johnston, who is our Director of Customer Experience and is going to be retiring this month. And so Jennifer, her 35-year anniversary for full-time employment is tomorrow. She worked here a couple years before that as a part-time person. She started as a customer service representative. And as I said, she's retiring as the Director of Customer Experience. And Jennifer's has always embodied the OPPD core values, that passion to serve, honoring the community, and caring about one another. And I would say, you know, while she had more of an influencer role with some of the customer first solutions, and her team very much was involved with it, Jennifer's care and empathy for our customers and for our employees has I'll say bled into everything we do from a customer service and customer experience perspective. She's planted a lot of seeds in her years at OPPD and has just been a very positive influence in the solutions that we've been able to provide our customers when they're challenged, whether it's paying their bills, whether it's outage and the information that we're communicating there. So I know she will. She's leaving behind a legacy. A lot of people in the customer service group have reported to Jennifer throughout the years, and so again, that care and empathy that she has brought, not just a customer, but also the employee experience. You may recall she led the Best Place to Work strategic initiative a couple years back. So we're really going to miss her, but we wish her well and know that she'll enjoy her retirement from OPPD. So if you want to go to the next slide, age debt, this is where we move into our numbers. But again, not a lot of big changes here. Just wanted to make sure that everyone, including the public, had this information available. We are in a fairly steady state. As you can see, the percent of accounts that were current on the residential side stayed the same from October. And the business side is in really good shape too. Again, the 91 plus age debt dollars kind of in the middle of that chart. While it's higher, it's about 2 times where we were a year ago. When we consider where we were earlier this year, I think we're in a fairly good place on both the residential and the commercial side. And then the LIHEAP accounts, again, there, you know, we explained last month how we saw the challenges there with this, just the statistic time as folks get signed back up for LIHEAP, that we anticipate those numbers will begin to shift. So if there aren't any questions on this slide, I'll move on to the next slide, our energy assistance.
Director Williams has his hand up.
Okay, Director Williams.
Yep. Sorry, I'm not sure when is the appropriate time to ask this, but as far as the funding we have available for assistance, we are on track to have all of that distributed by the deadline. You mentioned the application deadline was the 15th. I believe the distribution is due by the end of the year. Is that correct? And again, if this is not the right slide for that, please let me know when we talk about that.
Yeah, I would say, Mo, if you want to go to the next slide, because that would lead into the conversation on the next slide. So you can see that in total, we through the end of November, we have 8.2 million that's been applied to customers' accounts for energy assistance. And at the end of November, it was just a little over $1 million for the CARES. And so we do have another 3 million. Now, we do believe Dollar Energy is projecting that for Douglas County, which was 2 million of that $3 million that was available, that will be within 100,000 of those funds being distributed. The challenge has been on our non-Douglas County customers, where we're going to, I believe we're going to have about $700,000 we project that we'll have left.
And the reason I asked on the last slide was because in looking at the accounts and arrears, and I don't know if Mo can flip back to that last one. I mean, as we see an increase relative to last month, last year, it seems as though there might be need out there. And if we have funds that we, have been authorized to expend but aren't going to be expended, I guess, is there anything else that we can do to increase the out? I mean, this goes back to the last stakeholder engagement or outreach question. Is there anything else that we are planning to do? I know I've seen some increased communications. I know the funding limit was adjusted, but particularly for rural folks, do we believe that the concern is the message has not been received by people who would be eligible, or do we believe that there are not people who would be eligible to request the funds? Do we know which of those two might be the problem?
We believe that it's more about the latter, that they're not meeting the criteria for the CARES Act, which means that they have to be able to demonstrate they had economic impact due to loss of job or their income, not just losing a job, but perhaps reduced hours, so they have a lower income level. And so if they're not able to demonstrate that impact, then they're not eligible for the funds. And so we believe that's a large part of it. But Britain has done a great job of working through our agencies, whether it's through Dollar Energy and other contacts that we have to try and get the information out. And like I said, we're direct mailing the customers that we know that have past due accounts to make sure that they're aware of the assistance that's available. And when we went asking for allocations out of the CARES fund, we were taking our best guess or estimate based on the data that we had available at the time, not knowing exactly how it was going to play out. We knew what past due amounts were. What we didn't know is the other side of that customer equation, if they were enrolled, positions that were going to be impacted by COVID or not.
Yeah, and then I guess last question, is there any chance that an extension of timeline for use of the funds might be available? Because again, I mean, we see, the increase in greater than 30, greater than 91 days exceeds the amount of money that we expect to not have been expended. So, I mean,
yeah, so short of an act of Congress, literally, that won't happen. So it does require an act of Congress. They had very specific language in there about it being through December 31st. For the use of those funds. So that money will go back to Douglas County and the state in the case of the non-Douglas counties. And then they have to, do with it based on what the requirements were under the CARES funds that they received from the federal government.
Yeah, I did hear one of the county commissioners yesterday as their funds go back, or if they're not fully spent, there are some things the county can do with those funds to help support some of that activity going forward to help people. But it's they have the criteria that they've built into that. Now, whether we can go back and, we're having some conversations, but whether we can go back in and ask for some additional funding to help support that on the utility side, that'll be kind of after this program kind of expires and the county gets those funds, and we can talk to them about what that looks like. So.
Are you done, Director Williams?
Right, yes.
Okay, thank you. Director Mulhall.
Julie, thank you so much for this work. I really appreciate it. And, when we talked about this before, and we talked about that the money's really going out pretty well in the urban areas, but the rural areas not as much. And really out here in the rural areas, our whole social structure kind of revolves around our schools. Have you done outreach with the schools? I talked to our superintendent this morning and he was not aware of it. And the schools know which families are struggling and which ones aren't. And so just a suggestion, I did send that information to him today, but just a suggestion that going through the schools in the rural areas, because I really think that there is a need out in the rural areas, and that it's just either people aren't aware or they're not, or they're very reluctant to ask for help.
Right. Yeah. So Britain has formed some relationship with school districts. And I know we talked, our intention at one time as we talked was about sending out a letter. We have like over 300, I think, school districts within the OPPD service territory. So I see that Britain's on. So if Britain could maybe provide an update on those activities, because we do know that that is a great avenue to get the information out.
Good afternoon. Can everybody hear me?
Yep. Very good, Brenton.
Right. Awesome. So Director Molhoff, we are working on crafting communications to all of the school districts outside of the ones that we've already had and built a relationship with. So include the rural areas. We have a listing of all the schools that exist in our entire service area. What we're looking at doing is actually hosting live education sessions with the school districts to invite them in to learn about our assistance programs and actually have dialogue. Because the one thing that we're realizing is that meeting with all the schools individually is quite the feat. And having, meetings with every single one of them. And that's been our approach. Especially with the larger school districts, to really form a relationship and try to get them on as partners with Dollar Energy Fund, which has been successful. So what we're going to be doing with the rest of the school districts is getting a communication out there, inviting them to participate in webinars with us so we can provide education about our assistance programs and the process for families to get assistance. So our partnerships with the schools, you are correct, Director Molhoff. Our relationships with our schools that we have built have provided huge dividends with getting customers help. And it is true that the school districts do know families personally that need help because they're working with them. So we're currently, this is something that we've had to really work hard to build out really quickly in a short amount of time, and it is proving to be a good path. So we're hoping to have all of this outreach done by the beginning of the first of the year, because the problem that we're running into is, with the Christmas break and the fall break and wrapping up testing and stuff, we're trying to figure out what is the actual best time to be able to have as much of school staff participate in this. So, but anyways, we're actively working on that.
Thank you, Director Molhoff. I just wanted to double on that as the other rural board member. Using trusted messengers as collaborators, I think NERCSA is out there, the Nebraska Rural Community School Administration or something like that, association. helping them to amplify your message or using them to help amplify your message might be useful. Go ahead, Director Molhoff. Did you have anything else?
No, I just wanted to make that suggestion. And then almost every community has a ministerial association, and that those are the other trusted messengers and both the ministerial association and the school in Ashland, neither one of them were aware of these CARES Act dollars being available when I talked to them this morning. And so part of that's bad on me for not bringing it up sooner to the group that I'm in, but part of that has to be that the message isn't getting out. And so we can certainly help with that. Thank you.
Director Moody?
Could we go to the next slide, please? So two things. One is, strikes me that LIHEAP is still the largest dollar amount of all of the different line items, and it sounds like the Department of Health and Human Services has made it harder for people to access that funding. Is it fair that that's? I don't have a vivid recollection of exactly what they did that made the change last month. So I'm wondering, maybe my main question is, who is helping those people get signed back up so that they can get access to help?
I'm going to let Britton, since he's the LIHEAP expert.
Sure.
So Britton, you there?
Yeah, Director Moody. So what happens with the state? So the customers that aren't receiving LIHEAP but were before. So when we had spoke about this last month, the state ran an automated eligibility to where the customers that could be automatically eligible were determined eligible. Those that weren't were sent a notice to go ahead and reapply. We are also, so we went through a process this summer to where we provided training to all of our customer service reps on LIHEAP to ensure that we are providing good customer service on the front end and triaging our customers to get them referred to the state as well for LIHEAP. So we changed our approach to try to do a better referral part to ensure like a customer, our reps are educated about heating assistance, cooling assistance, crisis assistance, deposit assistance, because the LIHEAP program is technically fairly complex, and we wanted to make sure that our staff at OPPD were really educated to make the appropriate referral. And we are doing messaging. Part of our messaging to our customers right now is to get them to our assistance page where we have information about how to apply for LIHEAP and how to apply for CARES Act and apply for our own program. We will see as we continue to report these numbers monthly, the number of customers that have received assistance has increased. For LIHEAP, it's just a matter of the timing of when we receive the file per month. So we actually receive a file every month, and we know how many customers of ours are actually on the LIHEAP program, which really helps us be able to know, the reach of the LIHEAP program within our customer base.
Okay, that's good. And then my last question on this slide, I was just struck when I was reading this last night that there are still 5,800 people who have applications in progress, and I don't recall what that number was last month, but I think it was at least a few thousand. Are those for the most part people who just are still pulling together the resources that they need to demonstrate that they've had the economic hardship, or what else is going on there that I'm missing?
So for Director Moody, these are customers that had started their application, but they didn't. So they chose to not, hit that submit button to actually even submit their documents. So that 4251, those are customers that hit the submit button on their application and got the confirmation of the documents that they needed to go ahead and submit to be considered a completed application. Those applications are in progress. I will let you know that Dollar Energy Fund, since they have the email address of every one of the individuals that have completed this application, they are sending reminder communication to encourage these customers to complete their application. Anecdotally, what Dollar Energy Fund believes is that these are customers, like through the application process, became aware that they did not actually have a decreased income as a result of COVID-19. So they just chose not to even move forward. So,
So they got,
oops, sorry.
yeah, sorry. So just to put that differently, just to make sure I understand. So they got in, they got started on the process, they provided some information, they hit next to go to continue to sort of provide more information. And they got to a point, anecdotally at least, this is anecdotal, as you said, where they got to a point, they said, okay, well, I submitted a bunch of information, but I just realized after reading this closer that I'm not eligible, right? So this is not a representation that there are 5,800 people who are eligible and just can't find the documents or haven't pursued it. The anecdotal information suggests that a good portion of these are people that likely don't meet the eligibility requirements.
That is correct. So
Okay.
our actual approval rate for the program, somebody completes an application is 79%.
Right.
So when somebody submits that application, 79% of them are getting approved and getting an approval notice. That other 21%, Dollar Energy Fund is sending out communication to them for the reason why they were denied. And if they had a documentation issue, they're being communicated what that document is so they can go ahead and resubmit that to actually gain approval.
Mhm.
So our program from an actual completed application approval rate is high, with that 79% approval rate. We just have customers that through the application process just made a decision to either bail and not complete. And we're just trying to be transparent here in this reporting about the amount of customers that we're seeing that are actually trying or pursuing application.
Right. Okay. Thanks, Breton.
Okay.
I don't see any other hands, so can we go to the next slide real quick? I just wanted to hit on a couple points on this slide is just to provide some perspective on the financial commitment that this Customer First Solutions package has put on the district. So the top of the chart where it shows OPPD direct cost subtotal, this represents solutions that we offered where we either didn't assess a late payment charge or we waived the late payment charges that were assessed, reconnect fees that didn't get assessed or were subsequently waived. And then we have our LULI credits in there, the low usage, low income rate relief, I'll say credit for the rate transition that we have extended it through the year 2021. So when you total all those up through the end of November, we're at about $3.5 million of actual financial relief then that has been provided. And maybe another way to look at this is when you look at the year-end net income for OPPD, it's going to be reduced by, upwards of $3.5 million for relief that was provided to customers as we responded to COVID in the community. And then the other subtotal, the other financial relief, which is just over $900,000 through the end of November, that represents where we offered solutions that would waive, say, a customer deposit or go ahead and refund a customer deposit before we normally would have refunded it, allowing them to apply their level payment credits to cover maybe their current amounts due. So that represents, I'll say, relief to the customer. It doesn't really put any specific financial burden on OPPD. It may create a little additional risk in terms of collectability of future debt. But anyway, so that's the difference between those two subtotals. And so in total, we're showing about 4.5 million year to date in relief that we've provided through these solutions. And if there are no other questions, Janice, I see your hand is still up. Did you have a question or is that your old hand?
That was old, thank you.
Okay.
VP Comstock, I had a couple of comments.
Okay.
So I've heard, I didn't go out to the website and check, I've heard the Dollar Energy Fund webpage still shows a December 30th deadline. And I heard you say December 15th, so we might just check with our contractor there, make sure we've got good information. Also on the CARES funding to the rural areas, I don't know what optionality we have on that. Would it, and I'm not saying it's a perfect solution, but I'd rather see the money spent in our area than not spent. Do we have an opportunity to flow that through our wholesale customers, like say in Tecumseh or other things?
I don't have the answer to that, and I don't know that we have anybody on the line that can answer that, but that's certainly something I can have Britain and the legislative affairs folks follow up with.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's the best option. It's certainly a plan B in my view, but I would like to see the economy of the service area do better. Might be the way to put that in context. Okay, no other questions? Wait a minute, I do see a comment. Oh, thanks, Director Moody, super helpful information. As was all of the public information. Thank you very much. I think we're complete.
Thank you.
Okay, great work, Public Information Committee, and all involved. That was a really good update. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. So we will come back. Can't see my watch. So it's 1:15. We'll come back at 1:25, and we'll get going with governance. Thank you. Okay, we'll get started in 1 minute. Okay, I've got 125. Welcome back, everyone. And now governance, Director McGuire's final all committees report.
Yes, it
Holy
is.
cow, you're up, Ann, go ahead.
And it is jam-packed with 6 action items today. As far as the chair report, we discussed and the committee reviewed and discussed and recommended executive compensation adjustments. We discussed the recommendation during this morning's closed session, and we'll have a public presentation and discussion at this meeting after we discuss the other governance committee items. We reviewed the SD8 employee relations monitoring report and found that to be sufficiently in compliance with the policy as stated, and that will be reviewed later by March 2nd. Retirement plan amendments were also reviewed. That's an action item. Policy refinement BL5, unity of control. Scott Proch, corporate strategy and governance, from corporate strategy and governance presented the proposed and hopefully the final revisions of BL5 for review and approval, which we'll discuss later. Then we had the bylaws refinement and meeting schedule, which we'll discuss later, and the 2021 board meetings. One thing that we did discuss that I'd like to share with everyone is the Mr. Foch facilitated a discussion about the use of board resolution versus strategic direction policy policy in support of policy governance. We've had a lot of people wanting to bring about resolutions. In the example, I think Dr. Williams brought this up about the idea of a resolution for climate change. So we had a very robust discussion about this, and Scott was able to bring back to us, and I think it's great, what GP1 is, which is the purpose of the board, and I'll read it to you. Identify and define the mission of OPPD and establish the strategic directives of OPPD, communicating them in the form of policies. Number 2, as far as the purpose of the board, was to monitor and measure the results of these SDs. And then number 3 was certain operational decisions required by the Enabling Act, and 4, appoint and get rid of the CEO, I guess. But as far as number 1 and 2, where we have the biggest meat, and I see Mr. Yoder laughing about that, where we have the biggest, purpose is as far as our SDs. And during the discussion, I thought it was good, and maybe Director Moody, Craig, you can talk about this. You pointed out the fact that the big thing about the SDs is that they are yearly, we come back to review them. So it was sort of after much discussion that we sort of decided that the best way to deal with a lot of this stuff is not resolution, but through SDs. And the suggestion is with the climate change, perhaps the best place for this to be is either SD7 or in resource planning, one or the other, and to take it back to those committees and have them discuss it, to put, to discuss that in the form of an SD rather than a resolution. And I'll open that to any discussion that anybody would want to add to that.
Well, look, great summary. And let me just add one thing. I think we also there was a discussion, I think Director Yoder mentioned this. He said, a lot of strategic directives, it's about the interpretation of said directives. So I think kind of where we landed, to echo your point, is that yes, strategic directives make the most sense to the extent that we can get in there what we want to get in there. But that doesn't necessarily preclude us from bringing a resolution somewhat simultaneously or soon thereafter that adds more clarity, more justification, whatever it is that we feel like we couldn't squeeze into the SD, but still needs to be said. That still leaves that possibility unquestionably open. But I do think that, to your point, having a strategic to the extent that we can get it in the SD, that those are the things that, in my view, are the board's mechanism by which we communicate what we want to see happen. So that, to me, is really where the juice happens. And so I think it makes the most sense to try and do it there.
So at least start there, and if a resolution is necessary, if people feel like a resolution that is necessary, to go ahead and do that. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Yep. And I think the last comment was Director Bogner said they don't have to be separate. I mean, they can both happen.
They can both happen, correct. Eric Williams, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I appreciate governance having this discussion following some of the comments I've made in the past about incorporating recognition of the factual information related to climate change into our policies somewhere. I do appreciate the idea that Strategic Directive 7 handles the environmental sensitivity directly, and so working to update some language there seems like a good path forward. As far as logistics goes, when we make a change or an update to language with a strategic directive, there is a board resolution that goes along with that, including whereas language and resolution of accepting the updated language in the strategic directive. And so perhaps that can help with some of that. As Rick and I have used the term legislative intent type of stuff, where just clarifying things that might not be explicitly necessary in the language, which would go toward the monitoring report on a strategic directive, but would help to provide some of the vision or mission related description that the board wants to make sure is clear. So again, Ann, I appreciate your work on this, and I appreciate hearing from senior management about next steps to find out where we can guide this in the future.
Yeah, and I think that where it would go is in the work plan for SD7 or SD9 in the future. And I say good luck to you in the future for doing this in the next year. I think, and maybe Mr. Burke, you can sort of comment on it a little bit. But I really strongly hope that you do put the idea of climate change in one of those SDs. It's about time, I guess.
Yeah, I think the conversation we had in the governance is what the board will see probably right after the first of the year sometime is some of the work that we're doing on this Vision 2050, where we talk very clearly about that. So I think there's a way to preface that in what I would consider the SD preamble, and a way to kind of set the context for the environmental stewardship around that. So I think that's there's a way to do that. I think we're going to come up with some language that we can share with the systems committee as we look at ST7 right after the first of the year. So.
Okay, great, thanks. Is there any other comments on this? If I don't see any, then I think we can go to the next. If we can go to the next statement, I think we're going to talk about the agenda planning calendar. And that would be GP4 as far as agenda. And Scott, do you want to cover this, or Tim, are you handling that?
Well, I'm going to kind of turn it right over to Scott. I know he's been working very clearly with this, not only with the board agenda planning, but also working through the whole organizational kind of work plan that will kind of move up into this. So we'll have a good visual on all the activity going on in the district. So go ahead, Scott.
And start, I just want to say thank you. I wanted to echo that. This governance has been a wonderful journey, and to be part of this last governance committee discussion with you is rather meaningful for me. So thank you for the 5 years that we've been engaged in this discussion. With regards to the 2021 agenda planning item, this is really a reporting item. This is simply in accordance with GP4. We wanted to share that there is a calendar to share, and B, what will begin in January is a conversation around a board component of that plan as well. So this isn't intended to be a long discussion, but rather really just informative in its nature that there is this agenda that's planned out there, and it's something that the board reviews on a regular basis, as does senior management. So really nothing more to report on this item.
The one thing that I wanted to add is that we do have in there at the end of each committee meeting, we do have a little thing for the chair of the board to review the board work plan. So the work plan is in the in that agenda planning every month. So
that is correct.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, and beginning in January of 2021, we will have that as part of the touch base discussion. So thank you. It's been an evolution, and I want to thank Mo Hinners, who works miracles behind the scenes on a monthly, well, daily basis, really. But it prepares us for a monthly on this. So a special shout out to Mo.
Yeah, if I could just jump in one thing that echo the kudos to Mo. She does phenomenal work. With respect to that agenda item at the end of every board meeting or towards the tail end, with respect to looking at the full work plan, and I'll certainly have my mind on this as I transition and become the chair of the governance committee, is making sure that the new work plan that we've created, I think Scott used the term, it's a new muscle we're learning to flex, right?
Yeah.
So
yes,
we've got to figure out how to make that work without making it a 30 to 60-minute discussion at the end of every board meeting about what our priorities are. So I think let's try it. Let's get used to it. Let's work through it. Let's have patience with it. But I'm really excited about, the clarity that that's going to provide for us as board members about, hey, where are we with this? That's the whole point of this, is for us to also understand where things are in the queue. So looking forward to using it.
One of the things that I'm always reminded about working a new muscle is that you do it mindfully or you end up injuring yourself. So it will be thoughtful use as we move forward. Thank you.
Okay, if there are no other comments on that, I think we're going to move right on to BL5. We've been working on BL5 unity of control for the past few months. And Scott Foch, again, if you want to sort of summarize what we have hopefully can go forward with.
Yes. So as the board may recall, in August offsite, BL5 was a point of discussion, and there were some refinements that were requested to be made. Over the past at least 3 months, the governance committee has had some discussion around this particular item, and what you see right now is the redlined version that resulted from those discussions for the full board's review. And the intention of the governance committee here is that if the board is in agreement with this, that this resolution would be moved, or that the resolution would be moved forward to change BL5 with regards to the red lines, as you see. I do think it is important to kind of go through and to review those just so you can understand the intention if there's any questions. So I'll quickly review this. Only decisions of the board acting as a body are binding on the president and chief executive officer, specifically in or out of the board meeting. Decisions or instructions of individual directors, officers, or committees are not binding on the CEO except in instances when the board has specifically authorized such exercise of authority. In the case of individual directors or committees requesting information or assistance without board authorization, the CEO must refuse such requests that require, in his or her opinion, a material amount of staff time or funds or are disruptive. When individual directors or committees request information or assistance without board authorization, and the CEO refuses to provide the requested information or assistance, the CEO shall promptly inform the board of the request and rationale for the refusal. Directors shall have full and open access to the CEO and the senior management team and may communicate directly with other Oppd employees. However, the board as a body and individual directors will never give direction to persons who report directly or indirectly to the CEO, with the exception of General Counsel, Director Corporate Audit, and the Senior Corporate Governance Specialist without approval of the CEO. And finally, individual directors will refrain from evaluating either formally or informally, the performance of any staff. The board as a body will refrain from evaluating either formally or informally the performance of any staff other than the CEO, General Counsel, and the Senior Corporate Governance Specialist. So I think it's an important component when we think about governance overall. Unity of control is the board really coming to a sense of what the will of the board is versus individuals. And this was intended to clarify that. Are there any questions about the red lines or any concerns about what's being proposed?
I have one, Scott.
Yes, Mike.
I'm fine with the entire text, except for the final bullet. I guess it would be the last or second to the last sentence, including the board as a body will refrain from evaluating either formally or informally the performance of any staff other than the CEO, General Counsel, and the Senior Corporate Government Specialist. What if there would be an issue, I don't know, involving a vice president? And I can't think of any specifics. It hasn't been much since I've been on the board, but I mean, where we felt the need to take action, and we felt that, now I guess if the CEO wasn't, I guess we weren't satisfied with his reaction, or possibly even if the CEO was involved as well. Does this take away our ability to remove that employee?
I would actually ask Steve Bruckner to weigh in it from a legal perspective, but the words will refrain doesn't mean is strictly forbidden from. It really isn't. There was a lot of discussion around this, Director Kavanaugh. And if you remember back in 2015, there was a lot of discussion around this for a slightly different reason. Mm-hmm. In 2015, the discussion around this was the desire to provide recognition and the ability to do that. The governance committee discussed that and made the determination, yes, this does not prevent the board from providing recognition for a particular thing. It's just asking to not evaluate the performance. So there's a distinction there. The other thing is Tim is accountable ultimately for hiring and firing of anyone within the organization. And so I think that in the particular guidance of that type of feedback would go directly to Tim, but I will defer to Tim and Steve Bruckner.
So before Steve gives the legal one, let me just give you, I think the kind of the organizational, at least from my role perspective, I think the intent of this, Director Kavanaugh, is really, hey, it's not the board's role to sit down with the vice president and provide a formal or informal performance evaluation. I think it's appropriate for the board to talk to me about performance related issues from their perspective or their insights or their experience or their interface. And over the course of time, I have gotten feedback from board members and across the continuum on certain topics or certain items. And I think that's appropriate. It would come to me, and then I would engage that in my performance review of that employee, where I may either agree or disagree with a respective board member on that. I think your point is when it gets to that egregious kind of issue, I mean, I think the board does have an option, and I think that option is that, Tim, you're going to have to deal with this because of these performance issues. Otherwise, we're going to have you leave the organization, right? Now, I would think that we would never get to that situation, that I would be able to take on that responsibility with that respective employee within the organization, or specifically in this example, the executives. But I don't think it would not allow the board to engage around that, but I think they would want to engage with the CEO appropriately and not take that decision independently.
No, I agree. That's
yeah,
obviously would be a much better route to take, and you certainly hope that it would go that way. I'm just trying to make sure we're not creating a problem down the road. We had a situation, remember, with a mayor and a police chief in Omaha several years ago, where the chief wouldn't fire a deputy chief, and the mayor tried to fire the chief, and he had a hell of a time getting it done. I mean, I think it went on for 2 or 3 years before it was resolved. And I just want to make sure this is clear, that it doesn't raise its head down the road. I mean, when we use words like refrain and stuff like that, what the hell does refrain mean? Does that mean won't or you shouldn't? I mean, I don't know. I do have a problem with that, and I think I don't know if it's necessary to have that line in there, but I do appreciate the need to keep having one director acting in a rogue fashion, trying to evaluate an employee. I understand that totally, but the board as a whole, I don't know if I can go there or not. That's all I got.
Thank you. Steve Bruckner, did you have any feedback?
Just very briefly, I think, Scott, both you and Tim Burke have addressed the issue. Legally speaking, as I'm sure all board members know, and Director Kavanaugh, you're well aware, given your long experience with the board does to some extent engage in the evaluation of officers in that compensation adjustments have to be approved by statute. That's different really than what this particular item is getting at. And what it's getting at is really a good governance practice, which is well within the discretion of the directors to adopt and frankly is a best practice. And that is that you look to the CEO for the overall management of the organization. And in that capacity, when the language says you should refrain from evaluating other staff, including vice presidents, you don't do that. That goes strictly through the CEO. So it's both within the statutory process that's laid out, as well as, I believe, within best practices for governance. And it certainly would not prevent recognitions, as Mr. Foch referenced, and it would not, in fact, it would be your obligation, frankly, if you had issues with a corporate officer, it would be your obligation to bring that to the attention of the CEO and to expect action by the CEO with regard to that concern. That's the best way to handle it from a governance standpoint. I hope that answers your question. I'd be happy to answer any further questions that you might have.
It does. Do any other directors have any concerns with this?
I see your point, Mike. I think we're okay on the language.
Yep, I agree, Rick.
Other comments from anyone?
Okay.
I really would like to bring. We have some consensus on that as far as an action item. Now, it does not have to go before the public as far as comment, since it's a BL. And Scott, maybe you can comment on that for us.
Yeah, actually, broadly, the governance committee had a discussion. As you know, this OPPD strategic directive policies are all brought forward for stakeholder feedback as a general rule. The conversation was, well, how do we handle BLs and how the board staff linkage policies, and how do we handle the governance practice policies? And the reality was, while they would be taken on a case-by-case basis, because of the nature of them and the internal focus of them, we feel that the vast majority would just be a housekeeping item, if you will, for the board in many respects, and would not be put out for stakeholder feedback. Of course, there is an opportunity during the course of the board meeting for anyone to provide comment on any of these items.
Okay, thank you, Scott. Mike, do you still have a comment?
Yeah, a quick one. Do you want to consolidate that into one sentence where individual directors and the board as a whole will refrain from evaluating either formally or informally, so on and so forth? Do we need the two sentences? You just want to do the one? It doesn't matter to me. I thought it might be a little clearer if we just tied it into one sentence. If you want, I don't care.
I think the only difference is that individual directors would not provide feedback on the general counsel, senior corporate specialist, or CEO. It would really, the board would be the only group that would do that. So in that respect, they're separate. And Logistically, if you don't mind it staying separate, Mike, it might be easier in the light of the fact that we have our Thursday board meeting is now to Wednesday, and so any change that we make now kind of ticks up against that clock. So I bring that up just as a very practical matter, if you don't mind.
That's fine.
Thank you.
So I am thinking there is consensus to bring this forward to the board meeting tomorrow. Is that correct? Okay, then we'll bring that forward tomorrow. Our next action item that we're going to be discussing is something very dear to my heart, which is a revision to the OPPD bylaws. And you're laughing, Scott. And also, we're also going to be talking about the meeting schedule. And when the meeting schedule was brought up, I brought up the idea to Tim and to Scott, can we please change these bylaws? I've been wanting to change them for 24 years. As far as when it used to be that the board annually, the regular meetings of the board shall be held on the first Tuesday after the 10th of each month at 4 p.m. So that to me was always very confusing, and every year we sort of changed it around anyway. So I think this sort of cleans it up. Scott, if you want to take over from that, that'd be great.
Yes, thank you, Director McGuire. And
we can get rid of this.
I was laughing during the governance pre-committee because I was thinking, as you're preparing this to be your last committee, the things that you have had on your list of things that you would like to get done during your tenure. Hopefully we can check one more of those off. Really, this in most respects is simply a housekeeping issue. As Director McGuire indicated, however, I think it does provide a lot of clarity. Also, it does create some level of optionality, and I think one of the things that we've all recognized during the course of COVID-19 is that optionality can be a very good thing in terms of location, in terms of when and how we need to meet, as long as when and how we need to meet as an organization and you as a board is, of course, publicly noticed and the public has an opportunity to understand and to schedule and to be present in those meetings. So what the red line highlights is that the board will approve on an annual basis, or the board annually shall approve a schedule of regular board meetings. And you will see that schedule here shortly. And that the regular meetings of the board shall be held as specified in that adopted schedule at the general offices of the district in Energy Plaza, or at such other time and or place as specified in the notice of meeting. That last change was also made recently, and so that in its entirety, I think, provides the optionality and at the same time the commitment to inform the public on an annual basis and then make announcements if and when necessary to make changes throughout the course of the year. The other change that was required really was on the agenda. It used to say that it was by 4 p.m. on the day preceding the date of the meeting. Well, that was because the meeting oftentimes started at 4 p.m. The reality is that the agenda needs to be put out 24 hours preceding the meeting. And so this just acknowledges that. So if the meeting time were to change, or the meeting date were to change, whatever, this is basically saying 24 hours prior to that meeting, the agenda would go out, and so the public would be well informed of what the agenda is. Oftentimes we get it out much earlier than that, but this is what's required by bylaws. Any comments or feedback on these red lines?
Mike, your hand is up. Mike, can you hear me? If not, Janice, do you want to make a comment?
I'll lower it.
Okay, Janice?
Yeah, so I just have a comment. Yeah, I agree that this is needed. What I would just hope is that somehow we could make sure that the schedule is recurring as often as possible on this in the same time frame, because otherwise it gets confusing to the public. So
yes,
I don't know if we need to put that in there, or if we can just make sure that, yes, I know we have to publish it a year ahead of time, but if we can ensure that it's generally on the third Thursday of the month, or generally on the second Thursday, or whatever we decide, that it is regularly recurring in the same time frame, so that it's not confusing to the public. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. And Director Molhoff, just to acknowledge the schedule that will be approved hopefully by the board. I don't know if anyone else is getting feedback. I'm getting a lot of feedback, so I don't know if you're able to mute if you're not talking. The schedule that will be approved hopefully by the board is reflective of that third Thursday. And so the intention would be that calendar would always provide that and signal that. By having it in the bylaws, it straps you to that. And the reality that we learned this year was that we needed to change it. And so instead of having to change the bylaws every time that there's that need to change, this would, I think, behoove the organization and the board to propose a calendar that was predictable, that could signal exactly the way you're talking about, and would do it on an annual basis. Our hope is throughout the course of the year, we would not need to change meetings for a whole variety of reasons. It creates all sorts of complications, as you can imagine. So it should be predictable. And I think hopefully would address your concern, even without the language specifically spelled out in the bylaws. Because actually, to be honest with you, I'm not entirely sure who reads the bylaws except for this board. And so the fact that the calendar would have that predictability, I think, will hopefully suffice. And please note that it's the agenda that needs to be finalized and not the materials 24 hours preceding the meeting.
Open up a can of worms. Did you want to include those?
No.
Okay. So if there are no other comments, we can move to the board meeting schedule, Scott.
Great. Thank you. And there was quite a bit of discussion this year, just as we thought about the 21 board meeting schedule and having different conversations with different directors about potential conflicts, which is really what led then to the proposed revision to the bylaws. This is the schedule. As you can see, location is TBD. We may or may not have meetings at Energy Plaza, depending on where we are sitting with COVID-19. And so we may continue to choose to have meetings at the legislative chamber to the degree that's possible, or to identify an alternative location where possible. So the location, as you see in here, is TBD, but of course we would announce just as soon as we know where the location is going to be. The date to the predictability question that Janice had raised earlier, it is the third Thursday of the month. So rather than the first Thursday after the 10th of the month, it is the third Thursday of the month at 4 p.m. There has been some conversation about the possibility of canceling or not having a meeting either during the month of June or the month of July, so having 11 instead of 12, and that's also noted in this proposed schedule. And also noted is the reality that these could change, and that's important to know. Of course, they would only change with sufficient noticing of the public. The committee meetings would occur the Tuesday prior to the Thursday board meeting, which does provide that space of time that is so helpful as we wrap up all committees and make sure that we're well prepared for the board meeting. Are there any questions or comments on this?
Scott, I just have, oh, sorry, Ann.
That's okay. I thought Eric, go ahead, Janice.
Scott, I just had a question. Does this schedule avoid that big APPA convention that sometimes wreaks havoc with one of our board meetings?
If it would, for sure, if the June meeting was the one that was determined to be canceled. It's a good question in terms of the actual date, and I did not confirm that.
It just seems like that becomes an issue for our meeting sometimes.
There was a discussion about June being the meeting that would be a good opportunity to cancel. So it would go from a May to a July meeting with that in mind. But I will verify.
Eric, you had a question or comment?
yeah, important to take ownership of items. So I will own the fact that I appreciate everyone else recognizing a third Thursday rather than a second Thursday schedule, since that was something that was beneficial to me primarily. So thank you everyone else for your consideration here. I think the consistency of third Thursday and the Tuesday before matches well per the bylaws discussion we just had. Regarding the June or July meeting, I'll look forward to having some additional discussion about that as we get a little closer for potentially not having one of those meetings. But this schedule works great for me. It leaves me with no recurring conflicts. So I appreciate the work that went into this from the governance and the staff. Thank you very much, everyone.
Okay.
Denise, I do not see a published date for that annual meeting for APPA. If it's out there, we will verify.
Yeah, I believe it's scheduled for June 18th to the 23rd.
Yeah, that's what I have as well.
So it would be beyond it would be starting that Friday after the board meeting.
Yeah.
Excellent. So, great. Well, there we go.
There you go.
Where's that?
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, if there are no other comments, this could probably be on the consent agenda. We'll talk about the other stuff too as we go along. Next, thank you very much, Scott, for your presentations and all your.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Next, we have Mart Setke. You're up for talking about SD8, the Employee Relations Monitoring Report.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Anne. Mo, if you'll move to the first slide. We are going to be talking about SD8, Employee Relations, and the components of this SD are listed here. And we'll talk about each of those individually. So on to the next slide. One of the components of SD8 is to maintain a diverse and inclusive workplace. Legacy I3 is a workforce program model that provides us with a low-cost, sustainable method of developing local, diverse talent into viable candidates for employment. Over the course, we started this in 2017. We have 71 students who enrolled during 2017 to the 2019 years. 61 have graduated from the program. 35 interned with us the summer of 2020. 27 are currently interning with us part-time. 9 students are working full-time and 2 are working part-time. We have 49 that are enrolled in college. And 5 have graduated from Metropolitan Community College. And right now it's too early for those who are in 4-year programs at UNO to have graduated. In January of 2020, we decided to recruit high school juniors to expand the program to a 2-year program to better prepare students for college and the world of work. We currently have 34 students, 21 seniors, and 13 juniors in the program this year. QLI, which is a company within Omaha that provides unrivaled rehabilitation expertise for individuals who have experienced stroke, brain, or spinal cord injuries, joined our program as an employee in the summer of 2020 and took 7 interns. I did want to mention that those 7 students all took their certified nursing assistant exam and passed it. So congratulations to all of them. They currently have 2 people working full-time and 4 working part-time for them, and we're appreciative of their partnership. In Omaha, in the greater Omaha area, OPPD pays for the license from TCI Solutions to use this model, and it is cost-effective for us. We have other companies that are interested in the Legacy program and want to take students in spring of 2021. They will pay a fee per student to offset our costs for the program. And those include the Peregrine Hotel, which is going to open on 18th Street, Kloss America, which is a large farm equipment manufacturer, Turner Construction, and also QLI. Warner Enterprises and Lincoln Electric System has also expressed interest in our program. We currently have students from Omaha South, Omaha North, Central High School, Bryan, Burke, Bellevue West, and Ashland Greenwood within the program. And I also want to just give a shout out to our partners within the community. A lot of these students have a lot of need, and we have a lot of community partners that provide support for these kids as they work through the program, such as Partnership for Kids, Heartland Workforce Solutions, Heartland Ministry Center, and Operation Hope. So we appreciate them as well. And the next slide, Mo. Another way that OPPD works to build internal pipelines of diverse talent is through our employee resource groups. We started this year with 6 groups, and we added 3 more this year. OPPD Pride for our LGBTQ+ and allies, OPPD Global Connections, which has a focus on immigrants and refugees, and a newly forming ERG called Empowering Working Families. These groups provide ongoing learning opportunities for their members and live OPPD's core values by regularly honoring their communities. And the next slide. OPPD is to engage its workforce in both personal and professional development. We have chosen to have few internal training programs, but ensure that those we offer are high quality. 85% of OPPD employees attended at least one training program in 2020. In 2020, when it became apparent we would have employees working from home, Human Capital quickly put together what we call leader huddles. These meetings with all leaders at OPPD, which were initially done weekly and are now done bi-weekly, have provided the opportunity to support leaders on a variety of topics and help them lead in a virtual environment. We piloted a program called Supervisor Sparks, which provides the opportunity for supervisors to get together in a peer learning environment to share successes and failures and provide support for one another. OPPD provided training for and launched a change agent network, and we now have 24 individuals who are able to provide change support within their business units, in addition to the subject matter experts in human capital. We completed the Crew Leader University pilot. All participants have successfully completed their oral boards, and this program has helped us to settle several grievances related to crew leader bypass. The union Local 763 helped us to put this program together, and we appreciated their partnership in doing so. The pilot is being evaluated and improvements will be made for the next cohort who will go through the program. We have continued the gatherings sessions and have now completed 7 cohorts. These sessions provide a supportive environment for women and people of color to discuss experiences they may see as obstacles to their career development. We have also continued to hold Full Diversity Partners Global Labs, and we've now done 4 cohorts, which are focused on helping white men understand how they can be strong allies in the work of diversity, inclusion, and equity. And we launched our first Allies Lab, which fosters deep understanding between men, women, and Black and Indigenous people of color. OPPD also sponsors individuals for external programs within the community. We have several folks who participate in Emerging Leaders and the Defining Leadership for Women and Defining Leadership for Men series through the ICANN Institute. We have people who participate in both Leadership Nebraska, Leadership Omaha, the Omaha Executive Institute, through the Chamber of Commerce. We also have people who participate in Redefine the Game through the Empowerment Network, the Utility Management Certificate Program at Willamette University, and Lead Diversity Omaha, which is a program that OPPD was a foundational sponsor for. I also wanted to mention that from a DE&I engagement perspective, this has been a difficult year with the murder of George Floyd and some of the civil unrest that has occurred in Omaha. From a DE&I engagement perspective, diversity, equity, and inclusion, we did commit to the Opportunity, Diversity, and Equity program that the Chamber is doing and completed their survey this year. We had at least 70% of our employees who completed the survey. We are just getting those results, and those results will be used to strengthen our strategy. The board also, and we appreciate your strong support, provided a resolution against racism, injustice, and inequity. We had a town hall on race that was led by Dr. Randall Pinkett and had quite a bit of discussion on the impact of what had been happening in our community. We have also had many brave conversations in business units and departments in supporting our employees through the civil unrest that has occurred. And the next page, Mo. So personal and professional development are not always easy to differentiate. Professional development is really focused on the skills related to the job that help employees to be effective in the workplace. And professional development is more generalized skills that can be used daily and not just in the workplace. So as you can imagine, a lot of our programs intertwine both. We sponsor a number of different programs that are focused on this, but some of our programs, team building interventions, contain elements of active listening, building confidence, understanding personality style differences, understanding strengths, building relationships, letting go of the past, etc. For example, our ALDP, our Accelerated Leadership Development Programs, talk about communication styles. There's a 360-degree review for every employee that participates. We talk about their styles under conflict situations and how to deal with that. And we also have advisors for each participant that help them with building their confidence as they're going through the program. So they're not as easy to separate as to put a list of personal programs and a list of professional programs, but they do, we do both, certainly. I also have some things listed here that are part of our very significant wellness program. So we do have mindfulness moments. Stacy Centauri, who's our wellness specialist, has recorded some guided meditations that many of the business units use in their meetings. We also have Stretching with Stacy, which was developed as we understood we were in a COVID environment and the employees could not get together to do their stretching routines before going out to work. Stacy leads them through some things through video. We also have a very extensive wellness portal, and it has many, many education programs and instructional videos that employees can take advantage of, as well as we have regular wellness challenges. We have a health assessment that employees can take part in that leads them to some specific education that they might be interested in. We do biometric screenings annually so that people will know their numbers and know where they stand. We also have an online weight loss program called Real Appeal that is available. And then we also do sleep hygiene programs, tobacco cessation, and financial wellness programs, and offer retirement seminars and workshops. Next page. So we are required to maintain and communicate written policies that define procedures and expectations for staff and provide for effective handling of grievances. Our collective bargaining agreements with all 3 locals spell out procedures and expectations for bargaining unit staff and provide for a 3-step procedure for handling grievances. OPPD maintains corporate policies and procedures, an employee handbook, and a safety manual, all of which outline expectations and procedures for staff and are available for employees to review on the OPPD intranet. Policy 3.01 is OPPD's Code of Business Conduct and outlines many of the same types of things covered in the board's Code of Conduct. All employees, both full and part-time, receive both annual training on the code and are required to complete a questionnaire to help us identify any potential conflict of interest issues. This is the 2nd year that the questionnaire was sent to all employees, both the exempt and non-exempt workforce. And to date, no major issues have been reported through those processes. A third-party external reporting system called Ethics Point is available for all employees to anonymously report potential issues. Internal complaints are filed formally through the employee's supervisor or directly to human capital. And depending on the subject of the report or complaint, these issues are investigated by human capital, internal audit, security, or outside legal counsel. The reporter does receive notification that the item has been investigated and an explanation of the nature of the action taken. The number of complaints has remained fairly steady over the last several years. A corporate ethics committee reviews the complaints and investigations on a quarterly basis to ensure compliance with OPPD policies. And additionally, this was reported on in the SD10 Ethics Monitoring Report to the board. External complaints are handled through an external process, either through the EEOC, the NEOC, or a legal claim. The next slide. So labor and management reached agreement on all 3 collective bargaining agreements in 2017. These agreements will expire on May 31st of 2022. Regular negotiation updates are provided to the board of directors and final agreements are approved by the board. The negotiations on the new collective bargaining agreements will begin in late 2021. OPPD's Labor Relations Group works with the 3 locals throughout the year to negotiate memoranda and letters of understanding on various topics that arise for which clear language does not appear in the collective bargaining agreements. And it is a testament to both labor and management's bargaining in good faith that during the 2020 year, we have negotiated 61 separate agreements on topics related to the pandemic, creation of a crew leader transfer system, addition of a combustion turbine technician apprentice program, alternate work schedules, etc. Also, since 2017, labor and management have been meeting regularly with our benefits group and our benefits consultant to provide transparency regarding the benefits provided, how they are used, and how costs are incurred. Beginning in 2018, Labor Relations and Safety have hosted quarterly meetings with union leadership to discuss overall safety trends and issues with members of senior management. OPPD provides training for supervisors on the leadership framework behaviors, human capital processes, and how to administer the collective bargaining agreements. Next slide. So results were presented to the board during our committee meeting in August on our engagement survey results. The good news is that in 2020, we hit our goal to be tier 1. So we met the directive. I appreciate that. Action plans for improving engagement are in place and are being executed across the company. Next slide. A full report on the OPPD affirmative action plan was provided to the board in November. The good news is that we're making progress on representation at OPPD, but that progress is slow and we have a long way to go. We only have 3 goals in the affirmative action program this year, 1 for females at the Elkhorn Center, 1 for minorities at Energy Plaza, and then of course for individuals with disabilities across the organization. We have expanded our sourcing strategy by forming strategic partnerships with companies like LinkedIn, and we're growing our presence on Glassdoor and Indeed. New materials have been created to support OPPD's employment value proposition in collaboration with corporate communications. We've discussed some of the things that OPPD is doing to develop its workforce and some of our diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts as we've gone through this report. And several years ago, OPPD took the lead in developing a Nebraska Energy Consortium, which is a state organization affiliated with the National Center for Energy Workforce Development. This year, due to the pandemic, we participated in their national conference, sponsoring the job fair and taking the lead as speakers for several of the presentations. And there were over 1,200 people who participated in that conference. Next slide. And then there was COVID-19. In response to the pandemic, not only human capital, but our senior management team and our CEO have been amazing in providing support for our employees in many different ways. We pivoted, 900 people went to work from home with an extreme amount of business technology and building services support to make them successful. We implemented, built crisis leave for our employees who may become ill due to COVID-19 or who may have childcare issues that they're trying to deal with. We did pivot and do the leader huddles to help our managers with trying to manage folks virtually. We worked with the unions to negotiate needed agreements. We moved to online learning for the Empowered University and the Legacy program. We modified our onboarding process, and we have brought in more than 160 external employees despite the COVID-19 environment. And we also revised many of our policies, such as funeral leave and vacation. And the next slide. And with that, the Governance Committee has reviewed and accepted this monitoring report and is recommending that the board finds OPPD to be sufficiently in compliance.
Thank you very much, Mart. That's astronomical, the amount of work that has been done with your team. You really do lead the way. And to be able to handle and to coordinate the entire COVID response as far as your, human capital was amazing. Are there any comments with our fellow directors? Director Williams, your hand's up?
Yeah, I appreciate the update, Mart, and appreciate the ongoing work to make sure that our employees appreciate being here. It's good to know that you have people who want to be a part of the team, and I think that all of the work that we've been doing over the last several years has really demonstrated that the board and senior management do really value our employees. So thank you for that update. Specific question, do we do a pay equity audit across different sectors within our employees? Is that part of our annual analysis? I know you sent out the affirmative action plan by email, but I didn't see anything specific to a pay equity audit. Is that something that is conducted?
Yes, we do a pay equity audit for both gender and ethnic analysis, and we have made adjustments this year as necessary.
And again, I apologize if that was somewhere that I didn't see it, but is that something that could be provided so we could be familiar with that information as well?
Absolutely.
Great. Thanks very much, Marta. Appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Moody, you have a comment?
No question. I would just echo what Director Williams just said, and I think Director McGuire said the same thing. Fantastic work. I mean, the engagement numbers alone tell the right story, right? That's the metric that I really look to as a director, and it speaks volumes about the way in which we as an organization and you as leaders have handled a really tricky, difficult situation in COVID that kind of threw us really quickly for a loop. So thank you for putting our employees first. We've got a lot of expensive infrastructure, right? But if we don't have people and people doing the good work, then it doesn't matter. So I appreciate how well they're taking care of it.
Okay, are there any other comments? I don't see any. Then, Mark, we can perhaps go on to the retirement plan amendments.
Thank you. All right, so we have some proposed amendments. These are primarily administrative in nature. They do not in any way materially increase or reduce benefits in any of our plans. The amendments to the pension plan provide clarification for plan administration. We determined that the plan document did not address circumstances that arose as a result of members' divorces and subsequent court-ordered qualified domestic relation orders. The related amendments are to make clear how we will administer the plan under likely scenarios related to a divorce. So section 5.3b defines the amount payable to an alternative payee. Section 5.3c defines the amount payable if an alternate payee dies prior to commencement of benefits. And section 5.3d adds the alternate payee to the administrative process to receive a distribution from the plan. Those are the changes there. On the 401k plan, there are two amendments, one effective May 1st, 2020, and this amendment is for compliance with coronavirus-related laws, which we were given the opportunity to do within this year. And then effective January 1st of 2021, this amendment is to clarify the plan for administrative efficiencies. Amendments to the 401k retirement savings plan are section 14.8 to comply with the CARES Act, and section 12.1, which gives the CEO the authority to amend the plan for administrative efficiency and for the plans to remain compliant. These amendments will be communicated to the board within 60 days of the amendment, and amendments that increase or decrease benefits and affect OPPD's liability will continue to require board approval. Section 4.9 also permits participants to contribute the value of unused vacation to the plan. As you can imagine, we have a lot of employees who have not been able to use their vacation, and this is a creative way to allow them to put that vacation into the 401k plan. For the 457 plan, on the next page, Mo.
This a question. Director Kavanaugh, did you have your hand up? See if Mike, he had his hand up. Mike?
I'm sorry, a mute button on the ability to use a 401k for unused vacation, is that upon separation from the company, or is that just because of the stockpiling this particular year? And I mean, can people convert that and basically sell back their vacation this year, you're saying?
We can do it at any point in time that the company decides it's appropriate, since we've made the amendment. However, what we have communicated to the organization is that this is a one-time opportunity based on the COVID-19 situation.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. On the 457 plan, Mo, on the next slide. The amendment to the 457 Retirement Savings Plan, Section 6.2E, just allows us to comply with the CARES Act. Section 9.1 grants the CEO authority to amend the plan for administrative efficiency and for the plans to remain compliant. Again, these amendments will be communicated to the board within 60 days, and any amendments that increase or decrease benefits and affect OPPD's liability will continue to require board approval. Those are the amendments.
Okay, thank you. And our general counsel has looked at all these. Perhaps our general counsel would like to comment on any of these, or Mr. Bruckner?
I'd be happy to. Yes, we have reviewed all of these proposed revisions, and they're acceptable for adoption by the board. I think the explanation that's been provided adequately describes them, but if there are any legal questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay.
Yep. Thanks.
Thank you, Steve. I see no hands up, so if there is no other things, this perhaps would go to the consent agenda. Do we have any comments on that? I guess we can, again, Craig, you can talk about that at the end.
Yep.
Okay, next.
Ann, you're muted. I set this in the chat, but I'm gonna take us to a break and give everybody 5 minutes. We got a couple subjects left that are a little bit meaty, so I want everybody fresh for the conversation. So let's take 5. I've got 2:26, so let's come back at 2:31. Just stretch your legs, get a snack, and we'll be back at 2:31. Okay, I've got 231. Let's see who's back. Eric. All right, Tim, Rick, and Mike, I assume you're there, so let's keep going. Director McGuire, back to you.
Okay, we now are going to discuss executive compensation, and I am going to bring that over to Mr. Burke. We have discussed that in closed session, but now it's time to do it in open session.
Great. And I think what we're going to do initially is that Mark Sedke, our Vice President of Human Capital, will kind of give context about how we go about executive compensation. And then I'll specifically talk about the executives that really deferred from earlier in the year, starting as early as May and June and August, to the remainder of the senior management team that would typically come in the December timeframe. And we kind of pushed everybody back until this month as we're going into the corporate operating plan decision and 2021, just to see what that impact would be, but we will then show the merit increases and ultimately the some of the market adjustments. But I'll let Mark give a context of our executive compensation practice.
Thank you, Tim. Well, you want to move to the next page for me? Thank you. So I just wanted to kind of level set on the common components of most executive compensation plans. Generally speaking, they contain elements that include base salary, a short-term incentive such as an annual bonus based on organization performance, long-term incentives that may include stock options or other deferred compensation vehicles, enhanced benefits such as supplemental employee retirement plans, and what are called perquisites, or company cars, executive physicals, parking, club memberships, etc. OPPD's executives have base salary and a modest executive life insurance benefit. So there's a small benefit that would be paid to the executive spouses in the event of their death. But most of these other components are not included in OPPD's executive compensation. And in fact, several were eliminated in the 2015-2016 timeframe, such as use of company-provided vehicles, free parking, and we had an FSA-like account for executives called ExecuCare that reimbursed from executives for medical expenses up to $5,000, and that was discontinued December 31st of 2016. Next page, Mo. So our compensation philosophy is to make sure that we're aligned with OPPD's business strategy, that we can attract, motivate, and retain and engage high-performing individuals, that there's a clear link between pay and performance. We reward and recognize employees for special events and accomplishments and provide a high level of consistency in pay design and administration. A properly crafted executive compensation plan supports the Omaha Public Power District in attracting and retaining the skilled talent required to run the business in alignment with the strategic directives of the board. And the next slide. So our base compensation is targeted at 25th percentile of total cash compensation within the marketplace. The market is defined as the labor market for any particular job, those organizations with which OPPD competes for talent. So for many jobs, it's the utility industry, while for other jobs, it could be finance, human capital, business technology, and they could be recruited from any industry. OPPD does recruit for vice president and CEO candidates in the national market. So we look at the national marketplace data as we're building our structure. Next slide. So each OPPD executive position has a range that reflects market competitive pay for the jobs within that grade. The center point of the range approximates the market target, and then we go plus 20%, minus 20% of the midpoint to get to the minimum and maximum. Our executive compensation structure was last updated in 2016. And the 2020 update to that structure ensures continuing competitiveness within the market. Next slide. So when we go out and do our market pricing, data is collected from compensation surveys that are published on an annual basis. Those surveys are conducted by large reputable compensation consulting firms such as Willis Towers Watson, Western Management Consulting Group, Hewitt, the Large Public Power Council, and the APPA, the American Public Power Association. We also benchmark members of the Southwest Power Pool, and we are required to use an array when we do comparability studies for union negotiations by the Commission of Industrial Relations, and we use that same array to do some of this market pricing. So there are over 100 surveys that we have data from nationally that are in these databases and from which we draw our market pricing. Next slide. And I will let Tim address proposed increases and adjustments.
Excuse me, as we talked in the closed session and over the course of the last several months, we really look at a couple of things. We use the same merit guidelines we use for all exempt employees here at OPPD. As Ms. Sedke said, our union contracts are based on the union contract increase from year to year, and then any step increases that may occur within that union collective bargaining unit classification. And so I'm using the essentially the same format we would use for exempt employees in this regard, where we're looking at performance levels and where they fit within their midpoint. And their midpoint is kind of the middle of their range and relative to their existing salary. And so as you can see in this chart, that ranges from 66%, the CEO, but if you look at the VPs, it would range from, let's say, 76% to 99%, and what that would look like based on the proposed increases that we've identified here. What we also try to do is as these salary ranges change over time, as Ms. Sedke also stated, that we really haven't looked at executive comp since 2016, and that was really based on 2015 data. And so we are going to incorporate on an annual basis the typical kind of exempt salary range increases that have occurred over time, rather than waiting every 3 or 4 or 5 years to be able to do that. So in adjusting for those increases in ranges and to make sure that our executive team is paid close to that midpoint or market, we are asking for some proposed adjustments on several of the senior managers that are below the midpoint, below the 100% that have been in their jobs or been in this comparable role for relatively long periods of time, whether that be 3 to 5 years, where we are trying to get them to midpoint. So this is the recommendation that we have proposed to the governance committee and have had conversations in closed session today with the rest of the board. The impacts, I think, as noted on this chart before, it really amounts to a 0.01% of the 2020 total payroll. Relatively modest in the scheme of things, and that's my recommendation. The performance of this team has been absolutely amazing. One, just in the normal actions that we're doing, but if you think about the strategic initiatives and the transformation and the decommissioning and the work that we're doing, they're just doing some amazing work, and certainly they have great support below them throughout the organization, all the way to our frontline employees that do amazing work every single day. And this is just to recognize them for that work, and also really to begin to build really a retention opportunity with this key leadership team. And they have done just some amazing work. So any questions for me or Vice President Sedke? We'd be more than willing to answer them.
I'll begin, and I always have things short and sweet, but I think, Tim, you have really put together the dream team for the situation that we have right now with the strategic initiative. So I commend you for putting this team together, and I Totally agree with these adjustments and increases. It's well deserved. We've got a dream team there. Are there any other comments from other directors or questions? Mr. Williams, Director Williams.
Yeah, we've talked about it a couple times already. Today, but there, the last couple of years, there have been a number of very challenging situations. One is still ongoing with COVID, and we've got very significant strategic planning and project implementation ongoing right now as well. And through all of that, we've maintained excellent service, the no general rate increase, and a whole host of other very specific deliverables to our customers who we all ultimately answer to. So I also agree that the team is delivering in a number of very significant ways, and appreciate the recommendation for recognizing their work and keeping our compensation competitive so that we can have quality, experienced professionals in the senior management team, and that recognizes throughout the rest of the organization that that's the type of career that OPPD provides for people. We've talked earlier today about the corporate operating plan, and I think a big part of the discussion going into 2021 is recognizing that this is going to be a difficult winter from a public health perspective, and that will have implications for individuals as well as OPPD staff. We have made changes in the past we saw some of the consequences to our budget in 2020, but looking forward to 2021, I think this chart at the bottom indicates the percentage of the total payroll, and from there you could expand out to the percentage of the total cost to the organization. And the compensation for executives is a very small overall fraction. So as we look forward, I just want to make it clear that we talked about already. The changes that we're talking about today would not negatively impact our ability to continue to meet the needs of the customer owners in affordable, reliable, environmentally sensitive ways, but also through the public health challenges. And again, that's something we talked about earlier, but Tim, if you just wanted to clarify that this would not have any impact on our ability to continue to deliver in all kinds of other areas, because it's a small percentage of the overall cost of the organization. And quite frankly, it's probably the best thing we can do to continue meeting those other obligations. If you got any comments there, I'd appreciate that.
Yeah, I really appreciate the board's challenge and the governance committee challenge earlier in this year, as we were, really in the start. I mean, we didn't think it was going to be the start of the COVID response, but it really was in that kind of May timeframe. We were 3 months into it at that point in time, and the board really wanted to make sure, and I again appreciate that challenge of not only are we able to financially manage the company during this COVID, and what would be the impacts from a cost and a revenue perspective. And I think we've been able to demonstrate over the course of our reporting that this team specifically early in the COVID really had an idea on what the impacts would be, and were willing to make the significant changes and decisions in order for us to maintain high and strong financial kind of position as we prepare for our corporate operating plan in 2021. And then the board challenge was, how does this 2021 plan, really look, and how is COVID impacting that? And I think as we've been able to demonstrate over the last several months on what that 2021 corporate operating plan looks like, that it really does not have any negative impact on either the services, the financial position, or the capabilities of the organization. And I think, as somebody said today, earlier today, it really preserves the team that has just incredible momentum going forward in a number of different areas, including the ongoing support and the manner in which we've engaged our customers during this pandemic. And one of the things that, we don't like to pat ourselves on the back, but, Julie Comstock and her team with Dollar Energy was the first utility that engaged Dollar Energy on CARES Fund funding at a community, county, state level, and really became a template for what went on across other public power entities as we reported on that. So amazing work that we're doing in support of of all the activities. And so we will continue to maintain our customer focus. We'll continue to maintain our operational excellence focus, our employee focus, and to meeting our clear mission of affordability, reliability, environmental sensitivity work that we are focused on with our strategic initiatives in 2021.
And Anna, I had one more follow-up point. We've talked about a lot of things today. Mart, can you provide some background information about how the comparable salaries are calculated, where we get that information, and what type of, what would be other options for people who are on the executive team? Essentially, who are we competing with to have qualified people in our team?
So yes, we primarily believe our competition would be other utilities across the national footprint. So those are the surveys that we primarily look at and base our market rates on those.
Okay, if you have no other questions, there's lots of people who've got their hands up. Janice, would you like to make a comment?
I would. And so I have to admit, early in the year when we first started talking about increases for senior management and how that would look, and we didn't know how our financials were going to do under COVID. I had some concerns, but I tell you what, senior management and Tim have all really stepped up and brought us through this financial turmoil really in a way that I think rivals any utility, really, because I know there are other utilities who are in a lot worse shape than we are. So keeping this team is important to me, and making sure that they feel valued and that they're being rewarded for the good work that they do is important to me. So I am in support of these increases and adjustments, and look forward to working with this team for a long time to come.
Thank you, Janice. Tim Gay, Director Gay, would you like to make a comment or question? Have a question? See if Tim can get on.
Oh, I'm supportive. More of a comment than a question, but I was looking at these salaries, and one of the most important things we do is probably senior management team. That's who we deal with mainly. But as I look at these, you look at cybersecurity, you look at customer relations, finance, generation, outreach, HR, and then distribution. Those are all the key things that these people are in charge of, and we excel at all of them, especially with the COVID. So I know these salaries probably for a lot of people, they're good salaries for sure, but there is a competition out there for great leaders, which I think we have here. So more than happy to vote for this, and I think it's a good thing that Tim, you put together a great team. I agree with Ann. She was called Dream Team. I'd go for that too. So hey, I just wanted to make that comment. Thanks.
Hey, Director Moody, your hand's up. Chair Moody?
Yep. So one thing that I don't want the public to walk away from this conversation with is the perception that this is not something that we've entered into lightly, right? We've been wringing our hands on this since probably April, right? And trying to figure out what the right thing is to do. So I think it's fair to say we're extraordinarily mindful of what is happening around us and the extent to which people are being affected by the pandemic and the economic turndown associated with that. As has been said, many of us, when the time came for us to do these initially, we said, yeah, we're not comfortable with it. We want to get a sense for what the financial stability of the organization is, how COVID will affect it. But I think we all, said we want to see the extent to which and how we're helping our customers as well, right? We didn't want to go into a situation where we were making it increasingly hard on people who already had it really hard, and then turn around and give give pretty meaningful wage increases to people. And I think in my mind, the organization has done a really phenomenal job in working through all of this stuff. So, as we got more clarity, as the monthly updates we get on our customer first solutions, we're doing all the right things. The other thing that I'm mindful of is, before I got on this board, one of the things that from an outsider's perspective looking in, I always found myself on occasion, not always, I occasionally found myself frustrated with sort of the rah-rah aspect, right? Like, this team is doing great work. This team is doing great work. And now that I'm in it, and especially this last year, going back into 2019, this team is doing fantastic work. This is the amount of work, the extent to which they're being pushed, the things that they're taking on, the way in which we're organizationally addressing some of the biggest challenges we've ever had, while really meaningfully looking to the future and thinking about what the future utility needs to be. It's just really exceptional work. And so I really want to underscore that, because it's not just, oh, it's a good team doing good work. Like, this is some top-notch stuff that we need to reward, which really leads me to, we have a saying in our house, it's not uncommon, but our saying is, this is hard, but we can do hard things. And for me, the people that I want leading this organization through doing the hard things are the people that we have now, because we're not done yet. The pandemic is not over. There's plenty of work to be done. And a lot of the strategic initiatives that we have coming up, the 2050 visioning work, like, this is not going to get easier next year. And so I want the right people in these positions in order to lead us through that work. This is, to me, all about retaining the good team that we have. This is retention. Retention's not just about money, right? Retention's also about all of the other factors that play into a person's job satisfaction and the extent to which their trigger's being tripped. But you've got to pay people what their value is. And in this case, we haven't revisited this since 2016. It's time we did it. The data shows that we're behind. And so there's a little bit of work that needs to be done to get caught up here. So I'm supportive. The team is great, and I'm really excited about retaining that team. And this is one step towards achieving that.
Okay, one other thing in addition to this, we are also going to be considering CEO Burke's compensation at the same time. And I don't know if we have a slide for that to show or not.
It's included in the matrix.
It is included in the matrix.
Oh, it's hidden up there, number 2. Okay. Just so everybody recognizes that too, that we're also, the head of this dream team is also going to get a little bit of a increase there too. Are there any other comments about that? I think we have a great CEO, by the way. And as I leave, I feel like I will be very complete with this dream team on board for next year.
Eric, we talked earlier. I'm sorry. Mart, in some of our past discussions, we've talked about the relative pay from executives compared to other employees in the organization. Can you remind us of some of that, perhaps the average salary or some of the starting salary information? Because that's a point that's brought up often when we talk about compensation from the bottom to the top of an organization. Do you have some background information that could help clarify what we're seeing on the screen here?
Sure. So one of the things that I shared with the governance committee and with the board this morning is that OPPD uses what's called the accountable management system for one of our organizing structures for OPPD. And in that, there is a concept called felt fair pay. And so basically what it says is that for an executive who is focused on a 5 to 10 year time horizon and doing projects and work related to what the future of the organization needs to be, that individual's compensation should be around 5 to 8%, or 5 to 8 times what the average employee's pay is. And our average employee pay is around $93,000. So the vice president should be between 3 and 4 times what that pay is. And we hold very tightly to that. And we believe that it's important for the organization to keep it there. You know, if you go out and read any kind of information about CEO pay relative to employee pay, it can be exorbitant. But we do believe it's important to stick with felt fair pay, and we do.
Great. And you know, we just talked about the strategic directive on employee relations. OPPD is a great place to work for employees, and I'm glad that it's also a great place to work for executives, and both are seeing good compensation for the good results that they continue to deliver. Thanks for tying the relationship between those two together, Mark.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for bringing that up, Eric. Felt fair pay is a very, very important concept for people to understand. I am now looking for other comments. Director Yoder, you haven't said anything yet.
You're right, I have not. I guess I'll wait till tomorrow. You know, I don't feel the need to say it today and say it tomorrow too. You know, it is indeed an exceptional team of people that have been put together. Tim has provided exceptional leadership for the team. And I don't know what else I can say at this point.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate those comments. Are there any other comments or any other conclusion we have here? If not, I think that completes my report.
Thank you, Director McGuire. You're last.
And I am going to say I am complete. Thank you.
Thank you, Director McGuire. Well done. Okay, we are on to other business. So I want to pull up, we've got I assume a draft of the agenda for tomorrow. There it is. Thank you very much. I'll just go ahead and say that 18 needs to be pulled to an action item, so there's discussion. Hopefully there's no pushback on that. And I'm wondering if others have thoughts on, I've got a few thoughts, but I want to give you, the rest of you, an opportunity to weigh in as to whether or not anything else needs to be pulled off of consent.
Craig, I'm sorry, you mentioned 18. That would be the corporate officer compensation.
Yep.
Great. Would we also like to give an opportunity for comments specifically on the corporate operating plan?
Yes.
Yeah. So number 7, because as an action item, that would allow anyone to provide those comments tomorrow. Is that that's something I would like to see?
Okay, that sounds good.
I assume there would not necessarily be a desire for any additional presentation or anything like that, just primarily take it off. All right, I think I got your head nods on that. So thanks. All right, very good.
And I guess similarly, S18, I saw we got some email traffic on that from some customers. So I'm happy to speak to that tomorrow as well. I think the team is, I mean, not to reiterate, but I think the team is making progress and doing good work there, and would like to call them out and give them an attaboy for that publicly in the context of the public comments I've seen.
Yeah, I had that one flagged as well, Rick. I think particularly with you as the PI chair, that would be good. So I'm hearing actual numbers. I've just got these. So the corporate operating plan number 7, number 10 SD13, and number 18 the corporate officer compensation adjustments. Anything else that we need to pull off of consent? Seeing either silence or not hearing silence and seeing head shakes. I think that would be it. Reminder that we've got 2 board members with their last board meetings tomorrow. And then workforce transformation strategic initiative update with Ms. Sedke. So a good full final board meeting for December tomorrow. And again, tomorrow, Wednesday, not Thursday, Wednesday. Okay, 4 o'clock, yes. All right, from the comfort of your living room. Okay, so let's move on to that needs to be posted before 4 o'clock, right? So I'm sure Mo and the team are getting that mobilized and posting the agenda 24 hours in advance of the meeting. So we gave them exactly 58 minutes to get that done. And we are on to our Power with Purpose update.
To just kick this off, I don't know if I know Scott Edom is here. Mary is having foot surgery at about 11 o'clock today, and it's about a 3-hour surgery. So she may be just getting out of recovery, but and so she's not able to be here. And Scott Edom is here to give an update on Power with Purpose, and so I believe I'm going to turn it over to Scott. So
yes, thank you, Tim. Next slide, please. So our agenda, we will be providing an update on the solar project, the natural gas generation project, and then I will be turning over to Tim O'Brien and Kate Thomas, who will walk through some of the community stakeholder outreach sections. So as has been historically done, I am filling in for Ms. Fisher, as Tim alluded to. There are other subject matter experts, and I reserve the right to hand off any questions to them as well. So I will try to answer them, but again, we do have the entire Power with Purpose team on the meeting as well, and they can address your questions as they come up. Next slide, please. Okay, so for the solar project, the team has continued their efforts on 7 projects that are in or near the Oppd service territory, so continuing those efforts. That multidisciplinary team has been engaged with the several suppliers to further their analyses regarding the technical and commercial aspects of each one of these projects. As has been outlined in the past, they are very complex. So regarding that, the solar project negotiations are proceeding a little slower than expected. Oppd's commitment and the entire team and senior management to solar remains strong. Part of those complexities are related to the Southwest Power Pool interconnection, generator interconnection process, and the number of renewable projects that are currently in the queue. So those complexities are one of the areas in which are adding to those engaging conversations with various suppliers. We are making progress, and we do expect further clarity on the solar projects in Q1 of next year. We have been providing solar outreach and education to various county leaders and stakeholders. And again, Mr. O'Brien will go into that in more detail later. One of the specific ones I'd like to cover is at Saunders County. They have introduced the first solar-friendly regulations, and that does support both the interest in Saunders County of utility scale and customer-owned solar developments. So I'll pause here for any questions on these topics. Okay, I don't see any hands. Next slide, please. So now a quick update on the natural gas generation portion of the project. As we have provided updates before the Nebraska Power Review Board, we did submit that application in September 16th of this year. The evidential hearing was held on October 19th, and they did give unanimous approval, the Power Review Board, of 4-0. We did receive the Power Review Board order on December 4th, so we are reviewing that internally. We have submitted the documentation through the City of Papillion for the Sarpy County South site, or the combustion turbine site. The Planning Commission, as we updated previously, gave a 7-0 approval, and we are planning to go to the Papillion City Council meeting on December 15th. So the team is working to prep those documents and coordinating with City of Papillion officials on those documents. The site assessment, technical assessments for both the Sarpy County South site near 168th and Fairview, as well as the military site near 120th and Military in Douglas County, are still in progress. So those geotechnical, noise measurements, and environmental studies are still moving. And in parallel, the the discussions with the fuel supply vendors to get the primary fuel of natural gas to the equipment. Those discussions are in progress.
Hey, Scott, this is Lisa.
Yes.
I just want to interject there. The second bullet with the Papillion City Council meeting, as of right now, it may be on the 15th or it may be at a later date as well, but plans are working well. We're just working through some of the details on agreements.
Yeah, thank you, Lisa, for that clarification. Okay, I don't see any hands raised yet. Next slide, please. Okay, so regarding the natural gas generation major equipment sourcing, again, as a reminder, we are pursuing both reciprocating engines for the military site and simple cycle combustion turbines for the Sarpy County South site. We did do a single request for proposal for each of those technologies. 9 separate suppliers executed a non-disclosure agreement, and we have received the applicable request for proposals. Those proposals have been responded to and are currently under evaluation, again, by a pretty expansive multidisciplinary team to ensure the best value for OPPD. The milestones that we have completed are indicated on the 2 tables to the right with the green check mark, indicating that those are complete. So, and the other milestones are pending. So for the reciprocating engine equipment, those negotiations are to begin in December through January of 21. And for the combustion turbines, again, that proposals was last received on November 16th, and we'll start those negotiations yet in December. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, regarding once we obtain the major equipment, the reciprocating engines and the combustion turbines, we will issue a request for proposal in a 2-step process to obtain an engineer, procure, and construct contractor. We did start with a letter of intent, and that was sent out the week of November 16th to a list of large EPC or engineer, procure, construct suppliers to explain this 2-part process and the timeline for that, to basically allow them to know that the additional documents were coming. Part 1 of that process is a request for qualification or RFQ process, and that will basically allow us to understand if those EPC vendors meet the minimums and for financial, technical, and managerial skills to ensure that we truly have the best to select from and not just because we heard a good name. So again, that RFQ schedule has been sent out, and we would expect that to come back mid-January with the RFQ document actually released on December 4th. Part 2 of the process, we will formally submit a request for proposal in which that'll highlight all of the requirements for the 2 sites, again, the Sarpy County South, the military sites, and that will be sent to those qualified EPC vendors that we had selected through the RFQ process. That request for proposal is in development with the owner's engineer, as well as several internal OPPD subject matter experts. And those milestones are outlined on the table to the right. We are in progress of developing the RFP, and we'll issue sometime in March of 21 with the subsequent downstream dates listed there. Any questions on either section of the sourcing for the natural gas portion of Power with Purpose?
No questions, Scott.
Okay, great. Thank you. So now we will, next slide, turn it over to Tim O'Brien and Kate Thomas to discuss this portion of the project.
Great. Thanks, Scott, and good afternoon, everyone. It's lovely to address you again this afternoon on the topic and the work that we've been doing on stakeholder engagement. Definitely had a lot of notes prepared on this topic, and we covered a lot during SD13, so I'll hit some of the the highlights or clarify a few items that we've been doing that are new from the last report. This example we've shown many months. As you can see, we're in phase 3. So there's a lot of activity happening in phase 3 of our directly impacted and interested stakeholder groups. You'll go to the next slide for me, Mo. There's quite a bit on this particular slide, and some of the takeaways from it, Kate will speak to some of the amazing work we've done over the last 60 or 90 days, is to meet customers where they're at. And so she'll speak to a broad campaign of overall education to our 380,000 plus customers, but then also speak to some of the very specific targeted outreach messages we've had. And that's yielded great responses. I think it was mentioned earlier, we've had among the highest interest in our OPPD Community Connect of any month. I think we've had close to 5,000 new individuals to the area or to that site. So pretty significant increase working on that portion of the website and our outreach and education. And we've been using multiple tactics. So direct mail, we've been continuing to put updates in outlets. That's the bill insert for all customers. And then doing some measurement and objectives. And there's a few things I just wanted to highlight here quickly on how we've adapted and overcome interested opportunities or just clarification that we're hearing from stakeholders. So as we spoke before, we did our first large-scale online meetings for the natural gas locations in Papillion and then the military location. We had pretty solid attendance there. One of the objectives that we focused on is, are customers or stakeholders understanding what we're doing? They may not agree, but are they understanding where we're headed? And we did some follow-up surveys on that. We found that above 90% in the Papillion location understood where we're going, and a little less in the military location, around the 75% or so. So what does that mean? How did we check and adjust? That brought us to do things differently in these different areas. And so it brought outreach to do more photos, drone videos of the facility, meeting with the homeowners association, discussions on construction, and I'll talk about that a little bit going forward, further studying sound, traffic, trees, wildlife, just impacts to rates in general, and many others, even site layouts. And so you can see a great picture here. We had a boom truck come to the property so stakeholders could understand the visual vantage point of how tall the site or transmission might look, or how could we articulate the site and minimize tree impacts, for example, or where could more tree and screening be put in place. And so that was a really good example. And I share that, I wanted to highlight further, because we've talked a lot about the IEP2 spectrum and how we're building and getting stronger using that tool. Certainly overall, as Kate will talk about with Power with Purpose, we want to inform our customers what we're doing. But in these local aspects, we want to collaborate. We want to involve them in the process. And the pictures on the right side of this screen hopefully show you that on how we're learning, listening, understanding the lay of the land. And I'll talk about that a little bit more as we move to our routing, siting, and public involvement aspects from our transmission and energy delivery perspective. So lots of things happening. We're continuing to keep our website, oppcommunityconnect.com, updated. The team had some new updates just in the last few days as well. With that, Kate's got a slide. I know she's really excited to talk about the success we've had on our campaign of bringing broad awareness of Power with Purpose and education around the topic. Kate, I'll turn it over to you.
Very good. And go ahead. There we go. Well, thank you, Tim. And as Tim just mentioned, we're engaging those who are most closely impacted by Power with Purpose in a really deep way. And we also recognize the opportunity to educate and engage customers across our service area, across those 13 counties. It's not only the right thing to do from an outreach perspective, but just as a reminder, we also know that when we communicate about large changes, especially generation-related changes, it can have really important and positive J.D. Power customer satisfaction impacts. So we know that that often goes hand in hand. And as Lisa mentioned during SD13, the SD13 presentation, we've put a lot of concerted effort this year into communicating with our customers more broadly. You saw sneak previews of that, and you've seen that, I guess, over the past 2 months with our Powering Through the Pandemic campaign. And so in November, we continued that multi-channel campaign already, and you'll see some of those channels listed that we've been using. But we wanted to change that creative to focus more directly on Power with Purpose and to also lay the groundwork for future decarbonization efforts and engagement. And so at this point, our objectives are to raise awareness about our efforts among customers. Awareness comes often before understanding. And ultimately, we want to encourage engagement on the topic. That's a different task for 380,000 customers, 800,000 plus people who are impacted, as opposed to a smaller group, for example, in a neighborhood. And so the way that we measure that are a couple of ways. So one, we do use our in-house tracking, we call it Apex communication tracking, to understand and to benchmark what perceptions and awareness recall are before a campaign starts and after. And so we'll have more of those outcome-based measures available near the end of the month and into January. And we're excited to see what that looks like. We also will have some, what we would also call outcome-based measures with our year-end JD Power measurements, which will also be available at the end of December. And excited to see where we've moved the needle, so to speak, in some of those items around feeling as though we are keeping our customer owners informed of major changes. That being said, we are encouraged by those initial leading indicators that are based on marketing activities. And we do just have a few weeks worth of data, but they are so positive that we wanted to be able to mention to them and just give you a taste of the type of data that we look at on a day-to-day basis with our marketing activities and how we use that to optimize and check and adjust. So looking at kind of what those marketing metrics and performance look like over the past few weeks, we're excited to say that the performance of this campaign, and when I say campaign, I mean the messaging that you're seeing on the screen now, is that it's in line or better in many cases than the previous creative around powering through the pandemic, which also was very positively received. So that really piqued our interest. And when we say performance, I am specifically talking about our digital channels since that's easier to measure. But we look at things like click-through rate, right? That's how are we piquing people's interest to actually engage. And then we look at ultimately, on the place that you're leading them to, in this case, Oppd Community Connect, are people staying on the site? Are they looking around? Are they investigating what's on the site? And we're really excited to say, yes, more than we really had anticipated. So comparatively speaking, these are just some fun facts that might give you a little bit of flavor into what that performance looks like. So we have found throughout this year that kind of the surprise hit has been some of this banner advertising on OWH.com. I've caught it quite a few times. You may have as well. It's quite eye-catching with our Oppd orange. But what we're finding is that this topic and these messages that you're seeing, the click-through rates to Oppd Community Connect or an Oppd site are nearly 50% higher than they were for our Powering Through the Pandemic messaging. So that's wonderful. It's also twice as high on those social media sponsored posts. So not just our organic posts that our team do, but also those kind of sponsored ads, twice as high click-through rate. And then a 13% higher click-through rate in those other digital display ads that you might see pop up on other news sites. So all really encouraging, but is it good traffic? And the good thing to know is, yes, it is good traffic. So I think Tim had mentioned this, but since our previous month, the traffic on Community Connect, Oppd Community Connect, is up nearly 400%. That's incredible. And we're able to tie that back directly to these digital messages that we're putting back out. And the encouraging thing is that our bounce rates are 20% lower than kind of what an industry average is, which I think is, if you're staying more than 8 seconds on a site that there's kind of signaling an intention to stay or that you've intended to go there. And so there is a typical industry average there, and we're seeing those bounce rates, 20% lower than an industry average, which is great. People are intending to go there. And page views are up 52%, and comparatively speaking, are also performing kind of really well to an industry average. So people are meaning to come here, they're interested in it, they're staying on the site, and they're poking around. So we're getting very rich data from that, but what do we do with it? Right now, what we're inferring right now is that this is a topic that's really piquing people's interest. We're seeing traffic from across the service area. The wonderful thing about using digital channels is that we're able to geo-target into all of those zip codes that we serve. So that's a good thing. And we're, continuing to monitor with just a few weeks of data. We'll be able to kind of see if we need to put more or less messaging in certain zip codes, if we need to change up some of our messaging or better explain it. And we're able to kind of see, okay, we might need to continue to build time on website or time on page. So how do we continue to pull people through the site? We're continually meeting on this and looking at it. We'll have more campaign measurements at the end of the month. And, we fully intend to keep communicating into 2021. So we'll take the year end to pause, to reflect, to see what we've learned so far, and to keep encouraging people to not only visit OPPD Community Connect, but to learn more about what we're doing. That was a lot. I'll pause. Okay, with that, I'm complete.
Thanks, Kate. I appreciate that.
Thanks, Kate. Just 2 more slides for me to close out our stakeholder update for this month. So as Kate mentioned, her work, our great collaboration between all of public affairs and so many across the district, will continue that messaging campaign into 2021. Some other things that we heard from our stakeholders that they have interested in is continued updates. We got pretty good reception on mailing, and so we're going to do some mailing and continued education around the 2 natural gas locations, and then look at how we further communicate when we have clear understanding about construction. What do things look like, et cetera. And so we're building those plans and preparing that process. The other related to that with the locations chosen, and really this is focused in the Papillion location, is our routing, siting, and public engagement process for energy delivery. That process has been kicked off by a cross-functional internal team, and we'll move to the public early in 2021. And this is something that I think we've built a strong process on. We're looking forward to build it further and doing some things differently in the COVID world. So there's so many involved in that. So that'll be another education point and outreach for the Power of Purpose project. The third bullet on this slide is around solar education and outreach. This continues to be a topic that we've spent a lot of time on. There's a lot of one-on-ones or community meetings. Mr. Edom referenced Saunders County and their interest in preparing solar regulations for their county. Since that report, Burt County is making some updates on new regulations for solar that looks favorable for their county. And so those are things that my team and others are being aware of and working cross-functionally to be a resource if elected leaders have questions or just understand the role of developers, or really for any type of solar development, be it OPPD related, developer related, or customer owned. So we're continuing to watch that. That'll continue across all our 13 counties. I mentioned future meetings and construction schedules. So we're working on what does that calendar of activity look like in Q1, Q2, and then utilizing OPPD Connect as kind of a central hub for updates related to stakeholder efforts. Mo, the last slide is, leave with this. This is a slide that was provided with some feedback from some of the board members on stakeholders, or what are the ways to engage. Here's some of the list to be able to do that, not only around Power with Purpose, but any other larger project activities. And so here's many of the things that we are doing where our customer owners can engage around stakeholder activity. With that, concludes my remarks for today. Thank you so much.
Great, thanks, Tim. Thanks, Scott, and thanks, Kate, for that update. Any questions from the board on any of those items? Well, great, thank you very much. We did not have any closed session on Power with Purpose, just the open session this month, and we'll continue our work. And so open for any questions. Otherwise, Chairman Moody, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay. Thanks, team. I think you wore us down, Tim.
Not sure that's good or bad, but
right.
Anyway.
Okay, so I'll pause just for a second. Any last questions or comments on the Power with Purpose? Go ahead, Eric.
Sorry, Janice, I see your hand up there. Regarding the engagement with the communities around policies for siting of renewable energy. I'm glad to hear that we've got success in Washington County and that is now having spillover effects in other places as well, who recognize that every dollar we invest in clean local energy is a dollar that stays in the community and can recirculate through the initial installation jobs as well as the ongoing maintenance jobs. So I appreciate that outreach because of the benefits that are currently uncertain for a lot of areas that don't have this type of a new clean resource, but are starting to recognize that these are the investments that we need to be both OPPD to be the utility of the future, but for our communities to be ready to be resilient in their economic planning for the future as well. So thank you to the team for doing that. And again, seeing the progress in Washington County and then Burt County and Saunders County, that's great demonstration that it is starting to be understood, and that's all due to the work that we've been doing over the last couple of months. So thanks very much for that.
Go ahead,
Thank
Denise.
Yeah, so being Chair of Systems Committee and seeing all the other work that's going on in addition to Power with Purpose makes me really appreciate, number one, this update and all the work that's being done. Thank you for taking the lead on Saunders County and educating our elected officials over here in Saunders County to make sure that we have favorable regulations for solar, and just great work all around. Just really appreciate it.
My guess is we had some help in Saunders County. I don't know that, Denise. I don't know if that's true or not. But thank you.
Possibly, but Tim also lives in this part of the country too. So. Yep. Tim O'Brien. So, and just with the solar, I understand there's constraints and but would really like to see some continued progress on that as we enter into the new year. We're doing great with the gas, but the solar seems to have lagged, and I understand that it's reasons beyond our control in some part, but thank you for your work on that. Appreciate it.
Very good. Well, as you well know, we've started on negotiations on several solar opportunities long before we've done the RFPs on the gas. So those will converge here very shortly, and we'll continue that work. So appreciate that.
Very good. Okay, final call for comments or questions. Not seeing any hands. Okay, that concludes our agenda. I appreciate everybody sticking with it today. We are ahead of schedule. Unfortunately, my kids are getting have a Zoom meeting with Santa at 4. Woo. So fortunately, I can see what the heck that's all about. But okay, so thanks again. Remember, 4 o'clock tomorrow. Board meeting is on Wednesday, so I'll see you all in 24 hours.
Sounds good.
Thanks, everybody.